So hello everybody, welcome to the stream. What we do in these streams is we play games made by you. It's a fun way for me to chill out from making videos. I get, oh, okay, I don't know, we'll pay attention to what's going on in here in a minute. So we're going to play some games made by you guys. I open it up to a form that if you're watching now you can find in the description, although it's not open for submissions at the moment. And we play a bunch of your games and we give whatever feedback I think I'm able to give. Okay, I don't claim to be a genius game designer or whatever. I'm not saying that my advice is necessarily going to make you game of the year, but I've been making games for a long time and hopefully I can provide some kind of perspective or some kind of insight that you will find helpful. And you know, it's sometimes just fun to be able to have your game played by somebody, because you know that's that can be a hard thing to source. It's a thing competed for a lot in the sort of wider, more viewed places on the internet. So here we have a little corner where everyone's thing can get played no matter what kind of level of development it's at, or what kind of or you know, how new you are to making games, or any of that nonsense. Okay, we just play anything. We'll play the most polished, you know, Steam release thing, whatever, and we'll play the jam game made in 7 hours. I don't care. Or we will make your first tutorial game. I don't care. We'll play anything. So here we are starting with a game called Crap OS by Catalyst, and I've no idea what's going on. So we get work it out. So we appear to have some sort of virus. Oh, I'm going to read how to win. Oh, maybe I can't read how to win.
Ow.
Ow. Ow. Virus info.txt. The first virus you'll encounter will move along the screen, bouncing on the... Hey, I was reading that.
Ow.
Is that a bit loud?
Ow.
I think that's a bit loud. Let's turn this down a little bit. And turn my speakers down a bit. There will always be some technical adjustments, usually to do with audio, when playing a lot of these, because everyone has different audio levels when they're making games. Oh god. Oh god.
Ow.
Whenever I click anything, it says ow. Why?
Ow. Ow.
I just...
Ow.
Okay, you need to run game.exe and win the game. Do this before the viruses come. Oh, I think this might be a bit late. Move the game window away from any viruses that show up. You have until 2:06 PM to win. Oh god, it's already 2:03! Oh no. Okay, can we like... Let's I see. Right, so this is gonna launch like an actual like game in a game window, and then these viruses kind of screw with my ability to play the game. Let's see. But we've sat on the screen for too long. This is the problem. So now we're probably a bit screwed. So we're gonna have to start again. So I like this idea already. Where's I need to find fewer games. Let's keep this folder open. Get Crap OS open. And bring the chat back up. There we go. Okay. So let's load up Epic Game. Epic Game, well, Deaths 0, level 1. Welcome to the really not generic game. A, D to move, space to jump.
Jump. Jump. Jump. Jump.
He says jump.
Jump.
Jump. Jump.
Whoa.
Okay. Level done. Do we think this is going to have Mario rules? Do we think if I land on this guy it's going to be fine?
Smush.
It is.
Jump.
Okay.
Jump. 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 Whoa. Jump. Jump.
And we've got until like 2:06 to finish the game before, I don't know, the OS breaks.
Jump. Jump. Whoa.
You're not even going to ask why I have Hagrid on the desktop? That's for the best. Oh god. Okay, at least it like saves my progress. Okay.
Jump.
This is good. I like this. Last time I tried to close that window and it made it go faster, so I'm not going to make that mistake this time.
Whoa. Jump. Ow. Jump. Jump.
It's a nice little platformer in here as well, which is good. It's good that, like, you know, like some effort went into this bit since it's where most of my attention is going to be, right? And the stuff going on around it is kind of like pretty minimal, and it's just this big box that I can very clearly like see.
Jump. Whoa. Jump. Ow. Ow. Jump. Jump.
How many levels are there? Oh. Did it say how many levels there are?
Ow.
There's internet.exe, but I feel like it's just going to do something bad. Did you make the death noise as well?
Jump. Whoa. Jump. Smush.
Huh?
Jump. 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 Whoa. Ow. Jump. 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 Whoa.
Oh, I've just not like the lighting in my room, man. Like, you can see some of the green coming in over here on the wall behind me. The shadows being cast. I was hoping those lights would fix that, but...
Jump. Whoa.
So some of these, like...
Jump.
I'm trying to find something to say interesting about this. I think, like...
Jump. Whoa.
I was going to say some of these levels are a bit weirdly designed, but I think it kind of doesn't matter too much for what this is, because, like, my attention is divided anyway.
Whoa.
Oh, is that I just do the same thing, yeah.
Jump. Smush. Jump. Smush. Ow.
Ah! Aw, I got stuck. I feel like that box is speeding up as well.
Ow. Jump.
Oh, for God.
Jump. Jump.
Yeah.
Jump. Ow. Jump. Jump. Ow. Jump.
I was kind of expecting, I guess, more plates to spin, but I guess you're just making it difficult by increasing the speed of this one box. Ah, can't go along the bottom. Sure, if you click on it to cribble it. Okay.
Ow.
What does Internet XD do? Oh, just blue screens. I knew it would be bad. I didn't think it would just end the game. Thing is, I kind of wanted to know what happened if you won, but now I thought I gotta do another. That's a lot of levels. That's a lot of levels. I think we get the idea. I think we can move on because I'm trying to make sure we play these games kind of quickly. But damn brutal. Maybe I would maybe put an extra like bit more line spacing between like anything called Internet EXE and is obviously going to destroy everything. It's a little hard to read. Not sure if this is properly centered either, but like that kind of adds to it honestly. So I think that's fine. But I really like this. I like this platformer within it as well. Like I think, yeah, I think you've done a good job all around. I think it's good.
Jump, 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 jump. Whoa, jump, ow, jump, jump. Whoa, jump, smush, jump, 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 jump. Whoa.
Oh, that's nice as well. That's cool. How if it spawns on top, you kind of get a moment to move it out of the way. That's clever. Well, this is really good. I don't really have anything interesting to say about it. I just quite like it.
Whoa.
Like the levels are simple because they need to be for the sake of what you're playing.
Ow. Jump, jump.
I like the nice like pink aesthetic it all has as well. Like the colors kind of match as well. What you've got going on here, like it's really thoughtfully made. This is really good. I don't know if this was made for some sort of jam. Yeah. It gets a little hard and frustrating, which I guess is sort of a tough thing to avoid with games of this nature that are sort of simple and just like, oh, it gets harder because the thing moves faster, you know? So I think it's like its peak of like enjoyment is like levels like 1 through 10, and then when it starts getting really fast, it's just sort of like, well, I can't play the game because the stupid thing just keeps killing the window, you know? And it gets a little frustrating, and I don't know what I would do about that, honestly. But I think what you've made is really cool. It's an interesting little game. Can't resize the window. I didn't try, but I don't think so. It's good. Thank you very much, Catalyst, for crap OS. Certainly isn't your best work. I think you did a really good job. I think that was sick. Oh, there were 20 levels. I came pretty close. I don't know where I was up to, like 13, 14, something like that. But no, like it has a simple premise, simple objective. You don't fall into the trap of including too many like weird, like Easter eggy type things, which is very tempting with this kind of stuff. You got the one with the Internet EXE, which is just the one joke, which is a little rough when you click it when you're quite far into the game, but isn't too bad. No, I generally really like it all around. I think it's super good. Yeah, I look for like a lot of the common things with these because they tend to like a lot of get beginner games and stuff in here. But I think you got everything right. You know, you got a clean aesthetic, you got a consistent aesthetic, which is a rarer thing between the game and the window and stuff going on. The sounds are a bit rough, but you kind of get a lenience for roughness when you make that sort of thing because it's sort of part of the feel of it. But even though you were going for like low effort, low energy noises because crap OS or whatever, it felt a little bit too low energy, you know? There's like that distinction between like something that's like intentionally bad and something that's bad because that's the best the creator could make. And the sound effects there felt like it straddled that line a little bit. I don't know. But everything else was really solid. I think it was good. Few decisions here or there, I think, but like 9 out of 10, you know. Keen a Fan's Tribute by DJ Bricks. Not sure I have a good reason for it, but I kind of hate Google Drive links. Just the way they download like all this stuff just feels like a pain. CK Hotfix1 does it. Who bet on 1443 for the time the first person in the stream asks about Gando? Everybody pay whoever that person was. Actually, we went an entire stream last week without anyone asking if I've tried Gando. An entire stream. That's a record. This time we went about 20 minutes. Where was that? Commander Keen Remaster. Is this going to be a Commander Keen game, I'm guessing? I don't even know what that is. I just hear a lot of... I can't remember. I'm sure I must have played Commander Keen. I just remember it being something people went on about in history of games at uni, and I'm just like, whatever. Yeah, I know the visuals of him, but I don't think I've ever actually played the game. Some tunes that we're going to turn down a little bit. Let me know how loud this is for you guys, because that's always... It's so hard. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to manage audio levels when streaming. Options. Oh no, okay. Keyboard controls. feel like you didn't really need a transition to take us to a room where you dealt with volume control, but... Wait, how do you change... Oh, that's just to change music. How do you... How did... You could only change one of the bars? I could not work out how to... So, some UX work to be done on the sound menu, I think. Yeah, my point, Laszlo, with managing it for streams is I can't hear what you guys are hearing. Like, unless, like, I hook up, like, a headset and watch the stream back on, like, a different device so that that audio doesn't come through back into the stream, you know? Like, it's, like, how do I know if the volume levels are what I would want? And it's tricky. You can use mouse in the sound menu, but you can't otherwhere. Well, the thing is, if I can't use it on the main menu, I'm not going to assume I can use it elsewhere, am I? Move up, move down, left, right, alt, pogo, control, shoot, space menu, or esc menu. Okay. I worry I'm not going to have the context of this, having not been a Commander Keen player. Diligently in his backyard clubhouse has created an interstellar starship from old soup cans, rubber cement, and plastic tubing. Impressive. While his folks are out on the town, and the babysitter has fallen asleep, Billy travels into his backyard workshop, dons his brother's football helmet, and transforms into Commander Keen, Defender of Earth. I mean, am I just reading... I don't know anything about Commander Keen. Am I just reading the pre-existing story to Commander Keen? Okay, I don't know what any of that means. Ship is missing these parts. Okay, so that's the game then, right? We got a spaceship has crashed somewhere. We got to go get the bits, and then we can fly the spaceship away. We need a joystick, a battery, a vacuum cleaner, and some booze, apparently. Oh, okay. Grabbing some lollipops. And a book on Kant. We got some philosophy. Does it mirror as the stream lagging? I'm not dropping any frames, so I'm gonna go ahead and say it to you. People asking, please make a tutorial on how to make a battle royale red zone, please. I need it so much. I mean, I think, does that sound like an easy thing to make a tutorial for? Do you? Does that sound like something I could bash out in a week? I'm not really sure what I'm meant to be doing. If I'm honest, I'm just sort of running through the level, collecting bits, and going ahead. And, like, it's hard for me to know because this is a Commander Keen remaster, so I'm like, what of this is your own design, and what of this is just Commander Keen? I don't know, because I haven't really played Commander Keen. So if this is just the exact same thing with new graphics, then that's like, I feel like I'm not really critiquing your work, I'm just critiquing Commander Keen. And whether or not it holds up today. Level layout is original. Okay. Oh yeah, there's a gun. I'm calling. And I've just already fired like all of them. Okay, so we need to be Oh, this is open-ended level. So I would warn against creating levels this open-ended with not that much interesting stuff to get. I mean, this is just getting points or whatever. I don't really have a reason to be that fussed about the points I'm getting. And I'm kind of exploring for the sake of seeing if there's anything interesting I've missed. Oh wait, this is interesting to me. Like whatever this is up here, I'm like, ooh, what's that? So that's worth like keeping around. I don't really know what it is, or if you need to use like a gun to shoot it open or something. Oh no, because you can kind of go through these blocks. Oh no, that's not the same type of block. What does control do again? I don't know. I don't think the graphics work, if I'm honest. The reason I'll say that is because despite not being a pixel art game, you've actually fallen into the hole that most pixel art games fall into, and that is that you have varying resolutions, okay? So the resolution on this character's face, you can see it's like a little bit blurred. There's a bit of blurriness going on around the outside of here, and it's a little bit like JPEG artifacted and so on, right? The inside of these blocks, super crisp, like the black outlines are really, really crisp. But like they look like pixels, right? They look like big, black, thick, equally sized, equally spaced blocks of pixels. But then you've got stuff of completely different like resolution doing fine diagonal HD lines in the middle of them, right? Along this like extra little gap of pink coming along the side here. These pencil spikes, this ground, like is very clearly a pixely thing that looks completely different in resolution to everything else. So the monsters compared to the backgrounds and so on, right? So my advice would be when creating this type of thing, if you're trying to remaster, you know, you're trying to HDify something, is you've got to make the art style that you go to coherent and consistent. Okay, it's not really enough to just take everything and scale it up in detail by X amount. Okay, you gotta create a whole new look and identity. The level design is kind of a bit meandering, as I was sort of trying to say before, in that like I could go this top way, I could go this bottom way, but it doesn't really feel super different to me. I don't blame you too much for that if you're drawing a lot of inspiration from an old platform game, because most old platform games had really bad level design. So I don't honestly expect the original Commander Keen was much better. They tend to be a bit, yes, like look at this, like this doesn't really match right the aesthetic and the feel of everything else. But I mean, I say everything else, but everything else doesn't match everything else, you know. Like you got pixel art, like these look like really nice looking mountains here, but they're like pixel art, like 16-bit RPG type of style, you know, like something you would get in RPG Maker, and it looks good. I didn't get my Kant book, you're right, I forgot. And then this is like HD texture, kind of looks almost like something out of StarCraft or something, right? Like a StarCraft raised terrain. Then the ground underneath kind of looks like Warcraft 2. Like, you know, you kind of all over the place with the art. Lighting effects that look kind of nice, to be fair. You can kind of get away with a lot of bad art sometimes with nice lighting effects over the top. But look at, like, again, you know what I'm gonna say, comparing these two things, right? Standard galactic alphabet human. No, but apparently I can just hear telepathy, so it doesn't matter too much, right? what's this? Functionally, this is all very good though. I would take issue with a lot of stuff, but I'm like, it's difficult because like, I don't know. This is a tricky type of game to analyze because like, I don't know how much of it is like, well, I'm trying to be faithful to Commander Keen. Which is like, wow, fair enough then. But there's a lot of stuff where I'd be like, oh, can I get to this? Like, why is this called the pause menu if it doesn't pause the game? I want this teddy bear. I like this. This is a nice thing with, like... Because I presume there's some way to get this bear, right? And I don't know what it is. Oh, rip. And... This is one of the nicer things with old school level design, is like, you hide something that's in like kind of plain sight, but how you get to it is like, because it implies depth, and it implies techniques that you don't know about yet, you know, it implies a further level of mastery that you can achieve that you don't have yet. Being like, you know, if you were better at the game, you'd know how to get this thing, and whoa, what does it do? You don't know yet. You're gonna have to learn the game and find out. And I like that. That's a cool little thing. But in terms of like modern game design and stuff, you know, just scores for collecting stuff in the level is a very obsolete thing because it was never very interesting to anyone. That's why you don't see it anymore. But it's tough for me to criticize because I'm just like, well, maybe that's just, you know, those were your goals. You wanted to create something that was like old school game. Anyway, we'll do one more level. Need to get Pogo from other level, right? I see. That's fine. You know, that's perfectly good. And I say I like that kind of thing because if I get there and I don't have the Pogo, I'm just like, ooh, how do I get that? And it's an interesting question. And then when I get the Pogo later, maybe I'll think back, oh, there was that thing I couldn't reach because I couldn't get very high, and then go back and get it and I can feel smart, and that's good. That wham is like totally like out of... This is like, I think this is like my most common thing I tell people who submit games, and that's try and keep the resolution of your artwork consistent. It just immediately will make your game feel more professional, more thoughtfully put together. Oh, for some reason I thought I could... Can I not jump on those? I thought I could. Yeah, just as a little bit specific. Tricky as well, like, you know, like Goombas are designed in the way they are for a reason, and they're just like a little blob, right, with quite a large like top surface area, so it's very clear when you land on them. These things with the little eyes or whatever, a little bit trickier because they have that like really thin spot at the top, and I'm not quite sure how precise I have to be in order to land on them with my character, okay? And my character as well is like top heavy and thin on the bottom, so I'm trying to put like a thin rectangle on top of another thin rectangle, which I mean, that might not be how the hitboxes are, but those are the visual entities I have to work with in order to decide how I'm going to land on a thing, right? So and that's, do you reckon? Well, we don't know if I was able to jump on that guy or not. It looked like maybe I wasn't, and it made a bad noise, but then it crashed the game. We'll leave that one there. The last thing I'll say is if that guy does kill you, and it looks like he does, I had like a vague, like, ooh, can I jump on this guy or not? Because he did look a bit nastier, but he also just had two eyes on his head, and the other guys just had an eye on their head. I had no real reason to think I couldn't just defeat him in the same way. So I was going to try that, and then if I try that and I die, I'm going to feel a bit rubbish. So yeah, a few things to work on there. I think like keeping Try. I don't think the art style you're doing is working, because I think it needs to be a lot more coherent, a lot more consistent resolution, a lot more planned and intentional, rather than just, you know, HDifying everything to varying levels. Level design, I would try and keep more concise. I know you're going for a remaster, but that's not an interesting thing for me to critique, so I'm just going to talk as if, you know, you were making your own game. I would personally not worry too much about the things you can collect for points and so on. That's not that interesting. It just gives me something to do, I guess, as I'm moving around a level, but meh. You know, I'd rather just have interesting challenges and the mechanics and things I have to deal with. And enemy design and so on is, like, you know, in terms of jumping on enemies and that kind of thing. So there's a handful of things there. How many of those you want to work on because you want to make your own thing, I don't know. How many of those things, you know, you're just remasters. How much of this is just me critiquing Commander Keen, I don't know. But do with that what you will. Very, very difficult one to approach when it's like when it describes itself as a reboot or a remaster of a pre-existing game. Let's move on. Let's delete these as we go. Oh, we don't have the text up, do we? Let's get the text up. Games left to play. 9. Still accepting games. Nope. But we might in a bit. How's our video getting on? 64% encoded. It's got to encode, and then we've got to encode it again. So, you know, we've got a while for this stream still. We'll probably get a bunch more. That's not true. We'll play games made in anything. I can't pronounce your name, but I don't care what you used to make your game, as long as I can get it and play it. Obviously, like, when people make something Game Maker, I can provide more interesting feedback in terms of specific ways you might do certain things, but that's it really. Okay, only Windows. When you start the game opens up copies of itself. Those copies communicate with each other. Game made in multiple windows. In order to select a game, click it once to select it, then once more to run it. Okay. This is the ideal form for your games, by the way. Game Maker, send them as a zip. It's the best way to distribute. Golly, check this out. Is this making it? Yikes. So apparently only a couple of these actually work. Okay, that doesn't work. Can't remember which ones it said worked. Big Brick Breaker appears to work. And appears to be lagging the heck out of my computer. Are these all game windows? Or something? Oh dear. Yeah, that's a lot of windows being run right now. How do I actually play it? I can't make the thing. I can't make the pong ball launch. Try space. I tried space. Who made this? Who is this by? Benjamin Halco. Try pressing space. I tried pressing space. I am pressing space. Yeah, it does seem like a thing where you thought so much about if you could, you didn't stop to think if you should. Speak my will. Ball, go upwards. I command thee. Small ball. Oh, it's very glitchy as well, isn't it? Let's try the other one. Can I Alt F4 or is that just gonna... No, that's gonna shut down Windows. It doesn't... How do I close this? Do I just have to close all these windows? Not sure it's a great tech demo. How do I close this? Have you just bricked my PC? Close all windows. Oh, Christ. I don't know if I want to run this again. Oh my god, it's back! Like, what do I close? What's the main window? Click on a window and press Alt F4. It just comes back. Is it this main one in the corner? No? Okay, we're not running this again. I'm sorry. I gather you thought you had a cool idea, but you're gonna make sure it doesn't, like, totally brick someone's computer. Like, that was terrible. Don't make that kind of game. I respect, like, when it's like just the menu or whatever, I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool. And then when you're trying to make the entire game run off of Windows, no, don't stop, don't do that. Not interesting concept, no. Interesting concept for the menu, yes. Interesting concept for terms of running a playable game, absolutely not. Do not make... Move on. Make a new game. Don't add more to that. I mean, it didn't even work, right? I couldn't even press the space and move the ball. I get it. No. I've seen a few people trying to do some interesting things in multiple windows and so on and so forth. So I get the desire to experiment with stuff like that and make it like, you know, I get what you were going for. But you gotta be mindful of things that are just obviously not gonna perform well, right? Interesting tech demo, yes. Good tech demo, absolutely, categorically not. What was the other game he said worked? Pong. I was tempting just given that there's only two, but we know what it is. It's just going to be Pong, controlled with glitchy windows, right? It's interesting, you know, I don't know how it works that you found ways to get the different windows to like communicate with one another, but it clearly doesn't work super well at the moment. So to me this tech demo says, ah yes, this is a thing that you should never do. So let's move on. Thank you, nonetheless, Benjamin Halco, for nearly bricking my computer. Vermillion Prison from Pay Night. I feel like we've had a game from Pay Night before. I don't know if it is this one, though. Okay, didn't we play... We definitely played a game from you last time. Is this a new version, or is this entirely a different game? I was starting to wonder, like, is this just actually... Am I going to have to reboot my PC? It's a different game. Did you make this before or after the last game? Because I'm trying to remember what my critique was of... Whoa, check this out. The last game. It was that I felt you were trying a bit too hard with the narrative and the lore, and you needed to focus more on a concise game design, and that there were some really promising things going on, but you needed to find focus, I think, was my main critique last time. So let's see what this game is like, and if it's any different. Hello, inmate. Click here to advance the dialogue. Welcome to Vermillion. Do you normally spell Vermillion with another L? I'm not sure. My name is James. I'm the owner of this prison. It looks like you got a one-way ticket here, which is very strange considering that the prison will close in like 5 minutes. There are still some events that I have left. Well, I have an idea. It's hard to like try and convey like voices through text. It's a tricky thing. It's a thing Undertale is good at. Very few games are good at. It's a very specific talent. I can see you going for something. But it's a struggle for it to come across. All of my remaining events on you until the prison closes. If you somehow survive, then you're free to go out or whatever. I'm a genius. Okie doke. Time to press some buttons. Alright. Okay, we got WASD. We got a little spaceship. And it can fire a thing. Am I just trying to survive? Look above. Look above what? Oh gosh. I'm gonna live for like 300 seconds. Okay, we can shoot those things till they blow up. Weird feedback on them. Weird blue explosion, but... Weird frame rate thing. What's going on? Is this just going to max super frame rate? If you just uncap the frame rate there, that's probably not the best way to do speed up. Whoa, I don't want to go at Sonic speed, which doesn't increase my firing rate either. Oh, those do get hit. Okay, they go dark and then they do right. Okay, so I think the first thing I would criticize here is you need better feedback on your bullets hitting things. What? James staring into you. Oh, okay. This did a thing. And then, why did the window get really small? Change the resolution. I want to play on tiny vision. And that's back, okay. I'm not sure what this thing charging up at the bottom is. Oh, it's... okay. That's the timer until something weird happens, okay. You don't need to mention that it's Five Nights at Freddy's sounds in the background. That doesn't make it feel... Oh, time and space error. Okay, screw with the window. I like the thought here. Not sure the execution is perfect, because I think, again, you're spreading yourself a bit thin. So, like, these bullets, when they hit the turret, it would be nice if they, like, exploded on contact, so I could see, like, the bullet was impacting something. It'd be nice if there was, like, a flash on the thing that I'm shooting, so I can tell that it is being damaged. I think the blue is a bit of a weird choice. I mean, these are just like the drag and drop effects, right? But because there's a lot in here that's like good, like these screen shakes and stuff and aesthetic things. But I think like these are things you've learned from other games rather than like necessarily as intentional good design. Error maintaining connection, delta time set to random. Oh, okay. Did I die again? I lived for like 6 minutes. Ah. But it's good that there's just the one kind of game idea going on here. This is good. You know, we've got this one thing. And like, I get it, you know, like it took a little working out. Could have been clearer. But like, oh, this charges along the bottom and something happens. The things that are happening are not necessarily super interesting. Activate arrow blaster X. Okay, so I can shoot better now, which is good. I feel like I should shoot like this all the time. The default gun is not very satisfying to use. Having to mash the left mouse button is a little bit RSI inducing. Hard to see. Okay, but we can use these red lines to at least tell where a thing is. But there's no way I'm going to dodge anything coming at me there, is there? That's a bit extreme. So I think you've got some of the same problems going on here a bit, but a bit less. I think this is a bit more focused. It's good in that way. I think you're too worried about doing cool, weird stuff. Insert Minecraft quote here, change the caption, change the window, load up a YouTube video and do weird, cool stuff. I get that that's the way you want to go. But you've done it at the expense of focusing on making these mechanics. Alright, so a text file popped up with some stuff. I think this comes at the expense of making just like this bit like super playable and fun, right? More of a test than actually a game, so yeah, well, fair enough, but like anything that gets sent to me, I'm treating it like a game. And like conceptually, yeah. Conceptually, yeah, like it's like okay. Like, I like the thought and the idea behind this. I like this bar at the bottom. It's a nice way to communicate that something is going to happen then. Aesthetically a little weaker than your previous thing. I think imagery was a bit better in the last one. With a similar aesthetic. And basically, if this would have become more of a thing, I would again focus on this stuff, you know, focus on making this gun a bit less crappy to use, make the feedback for hitting these things good, don't have your death just be an instant game restart, you know, have like have me able to understand like, oh, okay, I got hit by a thing. Like, this is good, like the thing coming off there, it's good that I can see I'm being hit by something. It's only now that I've taken a chance to look at it that I can tell that this is actually my health bar. I knew I had a couple of bars here, but I was too busy dodging things to really look at them, right? Better feedback on hitting things. You know, these are the things that need focus before we go all, you know, weird and fourth wall-y, okay? This stuff is like fun and everything, but I think it relies on good writing to really deliver itself and not just kind of be a bit of an eye roll, like, okay, you know. So I try not to just go overboard with that stuff at the expense of making the gameplay part satisfying and fun. Okay, I think we've seen all the different things now. Didn't see what we did, horror cards. But it's good, and it's good in the same way as the last one was good, you know. I just think again, try to do too much all at once. Trying to come up with new unique surprises constantly, and surprises are good. Unique surprises and things like that are good and they're interesting, but you know they can't carry the whole weight of your game. You know that there's got to be a core. There's got to be a backbone to it. You know that's there and is reliable before all of those interesting surprises can come in and really have an impact. In order to be surprised by these things happening and for me to go like, oh whoa, that was cool, I need to have already had expectations set. So I need to have a game I can play and understand for a bit before it starts going all fourth wall and weird on me, right? I recommend One Shot as a good example of this kind of thing. It's just like a simple like top-down RPG. You kind of just walk around and talk to people for the most of it and solve little puzzles. And it's quite short, and that does do some weird out of the game whoa stuff. But it does it sparingly and with very clear purpose and not just for the sake of doing it, and there's a game beyond just that, right? So I think that would be a good thing to play, to just learn how to kind of temper this kind of approach, because it's exciting to see people doing these kind of things because they're really interesting. There's things that have lots of cool surprises in them, but you need to temper those surprises for them to be worth having. I hope that made sense. I feel like I talked for a long time there trying to get across something that's difficult to explain, but I hope some of that made sense. Anyway, thank you for that. It's fun to play. I look forward to playing the next thing. the submit in a similar vein. It'd be good if we can get that. It would be good if we get that going. You know, people like submit a thing, and then I would like maybe looking at this, and then we see the next thing. We'll see how it's changed from there, and so on. Change that. Oh god, everything is slowing down, man. I feel like my computer has not fully recovered from that Windows game. 7. I mean, I'm apparently not dropping many frames, but everything feels like it's lagging a whole bunch. I mean, it might just be the fact that we're getting to rendering a tricky part of the video. I'm kind of rendering a video. That do be a thing that is using 60% of my memory. Blackbox Jumper by Ghost Miner. Each level has to be done in given time, which is displayed at the top middle of the screen. It's my first game made with Gaming Studio. I will continue updating this game even after the game jam. Okay. God, scrolling is hard right now. Just every window I'm trying to scroll in, everything's running really slowly. Yeah, I just want to scroll. Computer, please. 97%. Okay, I'm gonna get a drink and hope that like, when this finishes, maybe my computer recovers a little, and we'll move on to this, because it doesn't look like my stream is running particularly well at the moment while I'm doing this, which is understandable. I'm trying to do a lot at once. You can already get a demo of Poke. It's on Steam. If you go to Steam, look for Poke, you can find a demo of it. It was made available for the festival thing, and should still be available. Okay, I will be right back. Do I have a BR? I don't have a BRB on this. On this particular stream layout. That's unfortunate. Either way, I will be right back. Alright. Wow, yeah, the stream's still looking a bit bodied there. Oh, 99%, okay. I was really hoping this would be done by the time I sat back down. This is a bit unusable at the moment, though, so this does need to finish. I'm hoping that this is the problem. How does the stream currently look? Is it lagging a whole bunch? Because it's like, everything to me, like, is having smooth moments and then just, yeah, like now getting really laggy. What drink did I get? It's just some blackcurrant squash. Okay, the video appears to be done. Let's see if this kind of catches up a bit. Looking good now. Is it consistently good? Can we scroll? Yeah. Oh, no, no. A bit jumpy there for a second. Let's close down Premiere. Picture of the cat. It's Good picture. Sat in my lap. It's the most UK thing I've ever heard. What's the most UK thing I've ever heard? What, Blackburn Squad? Okay, let's get this game. Whoa, there's a lot of axes. Let's get 1.3 zip. Yeah, I don't like the $100 thing for putting a game on Steam either, but the alleged reason is that, well, the reason they give for that is like, you know, they only want people to who are serious about publishing their game on Steam. It's helpful for, sort of, I guess, helpful for trying to dissuade people from putting up loads of clones and stuff like that. But people do that anyway because this is a good business decision. You know, people think they're gonna make more than $100 from putting their like little asset flip clone or whatever on the store. They're gonna pay it anyway, and all you're really doing is holding back people who don't have the $100. Which kind of makes a statement that's saying if you're poor, you can't be serious about game design. Which is not good, IMO. Who made this game? Ghost Miner. Open screenshots folder now. That as well, Captain Blaine. Probably too long, Collab. Probably too long. Not really been intentionally growing it since the quarantine started. Kind of wanted it cutting around like a couple of weeks before the country went into lockdown, and then oops. I don't got a whole lot of options. There's a whole lot of stuff for a jam, man. Like, maybe this is stuff that came after the jam because it is 1.3, right? Objective is to get to the gate, which looks like this circle. To unlock the gate, you have to pick up keys. I am familiar with this structure of game. Sharp and deadly. Aliens don't like visitors, avoid them or shoot them. Okay. So, some of you might be thinking, oh, I should give the art coherence criticism again, right? But this is obviously just simple programmer art that isn't really trying for a particular aesthetic. Other than, I will make it black and white and that'll make it look kind of clean at least, which has worked, I think. What's this music? I'll turn this up a bit. Can you guys hear that? Do. Oh, I got hair in my drink. Do, 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 do. I hope you guys can hear that. Oh, now it's got all intense. Oh, forget, there's actually a time limit. I don't know how I feel about that. But if that's the central focus of the game, then fair enough, we'll see how it goes. That means puzzles don't necessarily need to be hard, they need to be... Needs to be interesting to consider how you might finish them quickly. What this means is you can have things where, like... Hang on. There is like an obvious route, but then the less obvious route might be the faster one that you have to do. Nah, nah. Ooh, that was close. I mean, it's simple, but it works, you know? The controls are pretty well, like the height of jumps and stuff feels nice, the gun feels good. It's very clear. I know which way I'm facing because it's just a big arrow. I feel like the timer thing on the top, just a little quick aesthetic thing, but I almost feel like it's too clear. Like, time left, semicolon, this amount of seconds. Like, I think you could get away with just having a number. Like, just a number and just make it super big. A big number, or maybe even like have it in the background, like faded or something, you know? Put just like massive and fade in the background as a number ticking down. You know, I think there's ways you could tighten up the aesthetic of this. You've got a good foundation here of just like simple black and white. Everything being very clear, right? Are the spikes precise? They seem to be. Ah, man. Oh. I'm not doing very well at this level. I'm trying to get jump height right to shoot a thing. It's a little tricky. Like, the heights of stuff aren't like perfectly tuned, and there's a few like what feels like unnecessary blocks that are making things tricky in ways that I'm not sure are intended. Like, what's this block for, you know? I get maybe this one in a way, but those ones on the side feel weird. Oh, I did it. Sick. This was good. I don't know, man, it was pretty intense. You kind of want something intense when, like, you're... when it's, like, a time limit, right? I've not seen Ghostblade anywhere in the chat, so I don't know if he's even still here. But this was good. the aesthetic is simple. I think you could grow the aesthetic into something basically even more simple, right? Like I said, I would probably get rid of some of the like time left of seconds and sort of, you know, do some of the what feels like the scaffolding of the aesthetic of, you know, just like getting it set up. I would like maybe then take some time to refine this. Like the menu is just a bunch of things just sort of slapped on the screen. Oh, Ghost Miner, sorry, not Ghost Blade. Yeah, he doesn't seem to be about. Report a bug, really? I mean, I guess you're getting into habits now for something a longer form, bigger, but like, it's just a platform, man. What are you? Hey, you do you. Yeah, I just wanna... Hard. Ooh, okay. There's a whole bunch more levels. Oh, I like that the time doesn't start until you take an action. That's good. Or is that every time though? Yeah. I never noticed that. That's really good. I feel like hard is intrinsically going to have better level design. Because you've thought about all the elements a bit more. You can see it feels already, just looking at this, it's like, feels like there's a lot less wasted space, you know? Copy strike, what? Is that like a falling double jump bit? I'm guessing that's... Like, compared to some of the other levels where there was a few platforms that were just like, these aren't necessary. I get it, it's easy and it's just like, oh yeah, because that's making it easier, just having extraneous platforms, but I'm not sure it actually is. Making the platforms wider and that kind of thing is. Having extra platforms I don't think is the way to go about making things easier, you know? Ah, man, I really want to get that. We'll get that and then we'll move on. Oh, okay, 2 more attempts and then we'll move on. 2 more attempts that count because we actually got up to it. God damn it! So this is 1. Oh my. That was 2. Oh well. It's good though. Do I have an opinion on Gando engine? No. I don't have an opinion on it. Became a stop when he died instead of the record. Yeah, no, that was really cool. I look forward to seeing what they make next. I think they're on a solid path. I think they're doing lots of things well. There's a slight worry to me that they're trying to creep in way too many features into the simple game about being a square jumping. I don't know. It's probably not really a problem. I think maybe they could spend more time just refining what they have, and you know, rather than just expanding the roots of the game into maybe something that could end up being a bit messy. Just focus on being what it be, you know? But I think they are doing a solid job, and I look forward to seeing what they make next. I've not used RPG Maker MB, so no, I do not. Used to use a lot of RPG Maker 2003. in 2000. Those were fun engines to play around with. Okay. Blackjack Math by Louis Alves. Blackjack Math is a game about mixing the cards to match the correct formula. And I already got 21 as a result. I'm gonna hate this, aren't I? Find the correct order to solve the puzzles. Here's your game. Let's see if the gods of Google ever allow me to download it. Man, why are we getting this annoying thing on the end of my webcam? Like, what is it? It's this area over where the bookcase is, right? Yeah. I could bring it in a bit more, but I don't know what the issue is with the lighting. Did that side casting too much of a shadow? I turn those up, is that gonna help? Or do I literally just have to keep moving this like further and further this way? Moving myself over here. I'm trying to cut it off, and then I have to like be all the way over here. That sucks. I don't know, Limekiss, that's for you to figure out. That's your challenge. If you can solve that, then your game can be played. No, I'm trying to eat these crisps, but like not too much into the microphone. Yeah, we'll probably open up the submissions again in a little bit. Blackjack Math. Minus, plus, times, divide. Okay. 1. Plus, plus, minus, minus, plus. What do I have to do? What do I have to make it be? Eight plus 5, 13 minus 8. $21. Oh, right, so we gotta get blackjack, we gotta get 21. So I'm guessing that's like positive 8 plus positive 5, 13 plus minus 8, which would be 21, right? Okay. I'm guessing ace is 1 in this context. What's a king like? Oh, apparently that was it. King plus 10 plus 10 minus minus 1. Right, okay, so they're all just 10s, okay. So, okay. I like the aesthetic, generally. It's a little confusing trying to work out what it wanted from me in the first place, you know? I feel like maybe we could have had some kind of tutorial or something, or just, you know, get 21 or something, like on the screen, you know? I know it's like, you're thinking it's implied because Blackjack, but I didn't have a clue what was going on, you know? So, we can multiply by 2, 3, or 9. What multiplied by 2, 3, or 9 gets is 21. 7 times 3 is 21. So that would be positive 9 minus 2. Oh. No, that's minus 2. That'll be 11. Minus 2 minus 9. This would be minus 11. (21) doesn't divide by 2, doesn't divide by 9. So I feel like it has, well, no, can't be, can it? I feel like you can brute force a lot of these, given that there's only so many ways you can actually arrange 3 cards. Nothing times minus 2 would be 21. Nothing times 9 would be 21. The only thing I can think that would be 21 multiplied would be 7, but there's no way to get 7 out of... Three minus 9 minus 6. Minus 6 times minus 2. What? Explain this one to me. Not sure I get it. Multiply first? Alright, okay. Fair point. Minus 2. 9 times minus 2, minus 18. Minus 18. 3 plus... 3 minus minus 18, 21, sure. Okay. Thing is, right, I didn't have to know that to solve it, because there's only 3 cards. I can kind of just naturally. I don't really know how you solve that problem with this. That was my guess just right away, just minus the big numbers. So I'm trying to just like do it in as few moves as possible, right? Because it feels like Oh, we're getting more now, so we're getting more things, so that becomes harder to brute force a little. With every card you add, it gets exponentially harder to... Wait, are you only just catching up there, Lewis? Because we're quite far beyond that one now. Yeah, that's pretty much what I do a lot of the time, Super. You know, Nintendo. Even when I know, like, okay. What, PEMDAS? I always knew it was Bodmas, but whatever. Even when I know it should work one way, I never trust that whatever compiler is going to do math in a particular order, so I'm always just super explicit, and I put like 40 brackets into an equation that doesn't need any. Sorry if I'm getting really crunchy with these, by the way, they're just really nice. Okay. No more submissions right now, but we might get some more in a few minutes. Okay, so I'm guessing that this is the flow, right? See, from Bodmas, I would always assume. Oh, see, well, I think it was Bodmas, so that would be divide first, right? Bodmas. Brackets, order, division, multiplication, addition, subtraction. So the way you've described it applies you do multiply and then division, so... Does it matter whether you do division or multiply first, I guess? This one looks hard. Is ace 11 in this context? Too many questions I have like that is the problem I think I have with this. Okay. So why would you have two? That's mad that you would have two that have them the other way around though. I guess, yeah, it's because it doesn't matter, but... Yeah, whichever is first in the function, yeah. PEMDAS, interesting. Ace is 1. So for something divided by something, multiplied by something, plus something. This is quickly becoming way too much work. So 4 divided by 2 is 2 times 10 plus... Oh, yeah! That's exactly right. That was a complete random guess of just like, let's just see if this flows to the... It does. Okay, I think we get the idea with this, and it's going to get procedurally more and more mad. But this was good. I could see that on like on the app stores and all that, you know? I think I would try and be clearer up front about all your rules and what... The fact that you're trying to get 21 in the first place, I would try and be clearer about that. I would be I would maybe throw in some little reminder or something when you get to the first level with a multiplier on it. Just like remember order of things matters. You know, you can be subtle about it, but some little reminder. And clearer about like what your aces and jacks and things like that represent. Because I think you're making a lot of assumptions that everyone will view those in the correct way, which is just however you're viewing it, right? But other than that, it's great. So make a few little changes like that, I think, little small changes, and then ship it. Stick it on the App Store. It'd be good. Thanks for playing. Thank you for submitting. Okay, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna eat one more. Eat one more. Now try and eat less. That was Blackjack Math. What we got now? Slings the Cat from Team Rocket Boys. Oh, oops. There's a slight mistake with your link in there, that's fine. I thought it was starting in a window there for a second. There we go. Move this down a bit. You can see the thing, but that's fine. Now my button to see the map. Maybe, but I mean, that then removes the point of it a little bit, I think, right? So you have this like nice aesthetic way of displaying the formula, and then it's just like, oh, if that's too hard, then click this to just view it in like plain text. Kind of, if you have to do that, it feels like it's defeating the point of the experience, right? Windows protected my PC. No! The combination of the worst things, Game Jolt and an installer. Slings the Cat. Okay. How do I... Okay. What does it say? Activate wind... Hang on, is that... Oh, that is part of the game, right? Do you guys see that? Hang on, do you guys see this? What's... What? Do you guys see what I'm saying? Hang on. Do you guys see? This might take a little bit to show, but this is. If I what's it called? Main game no, cancel. Activate Windows? Yeah, like what's... Game capture. That's source. I can't. Oh, okay. No, whoa, whoa. Oh my god, I'm terrible at this streaming stuff today, man. Yeah, hang on, let me just move this. And, like what's this? Activate Windows. So I don't. Is that it's made of us? Is that like a joke? Is that why is that there? What's that about? Why? Is this, wait, was this? Did you make this from a screenshot of your desktop? How did this happen? How did? Oh my god! Fire my stream editor. He has no idea what he's doing. Okay, well let's ignore that for the time being. Start game, keepy ups, end game. Start game, enter. Okay. And now the message is gone. Wait. How did that get there? But how did that get into the game? I don't understand how that message is. Oh gosh. Looks like a Sam Fisher vibe. I wanna conquer the squirrel kind of helicopter. Whoa, okay. I'm a little unsure of your physics. We appear to have like a wall climby jump. It's a screen. In order to make the main level, you screen captured your first level. And then just put that in. And it had activate Windows. That's unfortunate. Might wanna activate Windows, I guess it's first of all. Oh, I don't want to go down there. I don't trust these. No, that's exactly why. That's why I didn't trust them. So check this out. That's good. This game's not conducive to zooming in on things because whenever I click on this, I can't do it. But press A to continue. Look at the size of the press next to the A. That's okay. We got 8 lives. Is that the implication there? Because we are cap. So this is a similar issue here with like the Commander Keen game, right? Is like throw ball of yarn. How? Is that like a weapon? Oh, okay. Okay. What was I gonna say? Yeah, the aesthetic is like pseudo HD. I guess this is sort of why a lot of people go for pixel art and stuff, right? Because at least it's like, or it should be why people go for pixel art, is because like you have simple rules for keeping things consistent. Cats don't like water. I was a bit afraid of coming in here. Man, you put a lot of time into this, like... Oh god, my goggles are filling up. That's an interesting way to... Quite like that, as a way to measure being underwater for too long. I was gonna say, I thought this would be featuring a whole lot more. Ah, there it is. This doesn't feel like continuing to me, this feels like a restart. I'm all the way back here, so what's the point? I may as well restart the game with full lives. Lives are a pretty outdated concept in general, I don't generally recommend using them. Let's clear out this water. These animations are cute. Like I like a lot of the stuff that's got into the player control. I feel like it's all gone in a few sketchy ways based on some of the physics that seem to be happening. Like I'm constantly like vibrating and bouncing on the floor, which maybe you just thought, you know, that's an aesthetic, we'll go for it. And I don't know how to control the hook shot, like in terms of like how to, given I have like no, it just goes whichever way you're moving. You have to like hold the buttons. Yeah. Each part of the cat is an object. Like this is not terrible, like at all. It's a bit sketchily put together, but like it's unique. Doesn't really handle like most platformers do. But I think maybe I should lean more into that and have, I don't know. I feel like the level design is very like vanilla flavored and like oh, I thought I might be able to stand on that. Oh, damn it. I have one more attempt. You got like loads of space here for probably no reason. Other than like you wanted this as your title screen so you could screen cap it or whatever. Like a lot of space here, like there's a lot of empty space. And like if I can do this kind of thing and I discover that right away, because it's like I don't have any of those yarn things here, I'm like, oh, let's just do that. I have not really much reason to experiment with this because I can just find a way to like wall hop my way around. So I would try and cut some of the dead space in your level design. Make the physics feel a little tighter if you can. It's probably a bit late for that with this game. But I like a lot of it. Ah, and then I just suddenly kill. Oh, I'm not doing it all again. Pause. Take a moment to appreciate that. How do I enter all the way for? As much as it's a demo room to test movement, fair enough, but I like the personality and the flavor of it quite a lot. I think it's very creative, has a lot of positive energy about it. That's very good. it's tough for me to really know what it wants to be about. Is it a game about precision platforming? Is it a game about doing these cool hook shotty things? And if it is, then it needs to be, you need to pick a thing. Alright, you need to pick a focus for this game. Because you've got like those two main movement mechanics, right? You've got like holding down a hover, and you've got shooting the yarn ball and grabbing a thing. And if you want to make those two things the main focus of the game, that's cool. Then your level design is going to work by having like periods of rest where you can stand on like small platforms or whatever, and then like these like huge gaps of like swinging across and doing a thing. And hopefully every time you touch a safe part of the floor, that will save your progress in some way, probably. Which I think would be preferable to doing lives, as much as you want to make the 9 lives joke. Your speeds definitely felt all a bit like slidey in terms of like everything's kind of fast. Your jump arc is a bit like woo, woo, woo. So I think it could maybe do with just turning some of the numbers down and maybe working your way up a little. And if you can sort out what's going on with the way the character just vibrates on the floor, it might be too late for that. I'm not sure. Did I run at all? Probably not, because I wasn't told a key for that. Nothing in the game suggested I could do that, or that it was important. But honestly, if you're going to make the game mostly about these air movement mechanics, you don't need a run button. Most platformers don't need a run button, if I'm honest. Like, Mario games just about need the run button. Just. But then they have it, and then every other game looks at it and is like, oh, we need to put a run button in the platform. Yeah, I don't know what to do with the aiming of the yarn ball, whether that is the game, you know, trying to like make these difficult shots, or whether it's just meant to be a satisfying way to move around, in which case maybe you should have it auto aim a little bit more. It does a bit, and like it's fairly satisfying. But be very careful about anything that relies on pressing multiple keyboard keys to aim. I know maybe you were the person who said this was better on a controller, but even so. Okay. Hopefully that's enough. I don't know. Duck Boy by Pixel Trash. A work in progress action platformer. It's pretty. Yeah, Sonic's a weird one. I'm not really a fan of Sonic. Like the old ones, like the original Control, which I know for some people it's like... But for me, it's like it just feels like the levels are like these two games in one. I never really like how like it's all like gotta go fast and like move through the levels really fast and stuff and like that's cool. But then also the levels like every bit of it is like super detailed, and so you can have moments where you stop and you're just moving around slowly and doing things. And those two elements of the game feel jarringly contrasting to me, and they don't gel well together. Sonic never worked for me. The 2D ones, that is. Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, however, sick game. Sick game. Which is weird, because I have some of the same problems, but, did we get this? Look. Yeah. Control support is the encouraged way to play. Alright then. Since I have one right here. Can we full screen? No, we're just gonna keep trying and therefore making everything bigger. Oh, we're gonna miss stuff now while I'm looking how to... Is this a bit loud? This looks a bit loud. No full screen. Okay. Well, this is what we got then. I feel like I'm missing important story. Okay. That felt very down well. Okay, so I'm just kind of pressing control buttons at the moment. That's a big attack. Checkpoint. Press space. You encourage me to use a controller, and then I get into the game using a controller, and you give me press space. Mac tips. I've actually asked, that's been on the selection for my patrons several times, but it always gets beaten out by something else. Generally. See the dash. Well, what's the controller equivalent? I'm guessing that's that one. Was that a test of that? Hopefully not, because you can just make it with a long jump. If that was meant to be like a make sure the player knows how to dash bit, you make it so I actually kind of have to dash, you know? The interlacing's gonna look worse on the stream because of how it's like not full. Let's see if we can. Hang on. I can never get a game capture window to show up these days. I don't know why. Capture foreground window with hotkey. What's the hotkey for that? So we're gonna do some working out on how to do streams. Hotkeys. Oh, there's so many hotkeys. Why is streaming so hard? Monitor with face cam, show game player, show game capture, hide capture, push to hide, push to show. Ah! Webcam. Capture foreground window. Numpad multiply. Okay. Sure. So if I select this and I go numpad multiply, does that do anything? It does! We get this. Okay. Can we get it below the webcam? Yes, I just put it, okay. Okay. Someday we will learn how to manage OBS Streamlabs properly. I should just go back to regular OBS. I feel like I knew what I was doing there. Control to ready your call. No, I've just swapped. How do we do this on controller though? Are those the same? They appear to be, but I'm pressing different buttons. Oh, just all of those buttons do different ones, okay. Okay, I'm sure that's probably important. The gravity after attacking, like this whole like pause in the air thing, it's always a cool little mechanic, but like that really slow onset of gravity afterwards just feels a little bit clunky. Although just not being able to like cancel the attack at all is very like, which can be cool if you're doing like a Castlevania-y type thing, but it's tricky. It's kind of a thing for if you know what you're doing and if things don't move that fast. The Song of Return. What's the button again? Okay. Because it's the notes that were on the thing. That brought me back to here. Did I want to come back to here? Oh. Okay. Oh, I had to dash. I'd never even noticed that I had to dash through there. I just sort of did it. Feels like some things are lower frame rates than others, and it feels a bit weird. Like the movement and stuff feels like the game is like at 60 FPS, but then like things sort of animate at really weird janky speeds. It's hard to explain. I'm not sure I'm doing a good job of explaining it. Maybe it's just because everything is like really fixed at this low resolution, but like it's also trying to be a higher frame rate. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what it is. Like stuff like that animation there just feels like it needs more frames to fit in with the speed of like my movement next to it, right? Like compare me just moving left and right there and how that looks next to that like dragonfly thing, right? Something about it that just doesn't quite feel right. Hopefully you understand what I mean. Something a little jarring with those transitions as well, and the character just sort of stands there and then it fades out. Rather than actually like going off the screen, but those things are a little trickier to do. It's a tricky one with really slow, deliberate attacks. Also, that life in the top left feels like smaller than it should be. You know, it feels like that should match the resolution of the game since everything else is I'm like, these are also, are these just nice people? No, no. Oh. My controller is very vibrating right now. Rip. I feel like I've got a lot of different ways I can go. A few too many. Feels a bit too open. I like the like limited color aesthetic. But something just about it, just I think with the movement and just the frame rate, just something about it just doesn't really feel very consistent. Okay, I don't have any way through there. Is this a thing? Do I interact with this in any meaningful way? Oh yeah, you can just dash through those anyway, can't you? Yeah, just things like getting through those blocks as well, because the really slow attack, I'm just like, and it's just like, I just want to get through it, you know? Yeah, aesthetically it's really nice. I think it's unfortunately just a bit like the movement and the control and feel of it is a little bit janky. Just a little bit clunky and unpolished, untuned, if that makes sense. But yeah, the way things look is all very nice. Not sure it all has a ton of clarity. Like it takes a while of looking at things, being like, I'm having to experiment a lot, being like, can I hit this? Does this do a thing? It does stop your momentum, yeah, when you attack like that in the air. I think it's okay. It's just that the attack is also very long and slow. And then the gravity like takes a long time to kick in, so you're just kind of in the air for a while there before you really start falling. I don't really know where I'm going. I feel like I'm just coming back the way I was before. If I find the end of the level, it's going to be by luck, I think. Oh, right, okay, I can actually... So I'm looking at that thinking those are spikes, right? They look a lot like the spikes that like I had to hollow through, so I'm like, oh, can't go into them. But it's actually totally fine. That's quite tricky. Nice little white effect when you're landing. That's nice. What happened there? Was that the end? It looked like I had a couple more platforms to reach. Wait, what? Oh, it's like... Oh, this is quite open. Oh my god, okay. I always struggle a bit with open world games that are platform games. Just in terms of like keeping my head like able to understand like where I am in the game world. So what am I trying to do? Maybe I missed too much while I was trying to full screen this at the start. I think you're gonna have big slow attacks like that. Make it so it is just one hit kill on most things. Because otherwise it's very like I hit the thing, and then I'm gonna hit it again, and now I'm gonna hit it again. You know what I mean? Sorry if it sounds like I'm being really critical. I'm just trying to make sure I explain myself well. Which I don't know if I'm necessarily doing. Sorry, this is very clear when I am hitting something. Odd hitbox. Tune strong enough to shift stone. I always forget what button it is. I've got a lot of buttons and two of them do dash. So which one of them does the thing again? Oh, that one. Okay. Alright, that one first. That. No, it's kind of like Ocarina of Timey, like play a little song to do a thing. It's cute. I like that. Oh, I'm gonna die. I have no real way of knowing because there's a lot of like going up and going down, whether I'm going down something that's going to be a bottomless pit or whether I'm just going down. You know, that's tricky. Oh, I don't even know where I am now. Where am I trying to go? Is there a "you are here" on this? It's very tiny fonts. It's very hard to read. So you know what I'm going to say about these? Just visually, the size of these pixels. Which, for the rest of the game, in the actual game, you've done a very good job and it's very consistent. The life I'm not a fan of, but I think people generally make exceptions for when it's a different like layer, when it's the UI and so on. As long as that is then consistent. Keep going right. Did I get stronger or something? I swear they took more than one hit before. So I'm so scared of dropping down there. I'm just like, is that just death, or am I? Or is that the way I need to go? Turns out it was the way I needed to go. What did this do again? Not sure. We're not sure. Minimap possibly, or just a map that showed me where I am in relation to... I don't know, it's just something to show me where I am in relation to where I'm going to be going. This is more like a world map, right? Nice little sound effects though. Everything like animations when things die is just nice to have. Yeah, that dragonfly thing in the background is like the most endemic thing to me of like the weird issues I'm having with the movement. Wait, is this? No, this is another area, right? Maybe don't let me go back that way right away unless that's where I need to go, you know? You can like open it back up later when I might have a reason to go back that way. Oh no, no, no! Not very good at the fighting and stuff. Okay, we're gonna try and go that way one more time. Then we're gonna move on. Oh. Sorry, that's my own fault, I'm just being lazy. These men, they move very fast. No! Okay. Wish I had a way to like look down a bit and just see a bit further ahead of where I'm gonna fall, because I'm very like about dropping down at the moment. I guess we'll get this again, whatever it does. It's like an attack speed thing, maybe? I'm not sure. Ah. No! No, I suck too much. Iframes for the dash. Kinda wish there was some cancelling and stuff going on there. That'd be cool if I could like dash and attack, or you know, attack and then I'd like cancel that to dash or something like that, you know. Just everything is very like super committed, you know, and kind of like kind of in like a Soulsy way, but like, you know, it doesn't feel great, you know. I feel like I really have to like buy an engagement ring for this attack animation, you know, like so I would like, there's a lot of good here, a lot of really like, I really like the colors, the aesthetic, everything feels like, everything looks nice. There's clear feedback on things when you hitting things and getting hit by things and so on. There's a little weirdness with the underhand spikes looking a bit like the spikes, and some of the ways things are taught to you are a bit The level design is a bit too kind of sprawling and confusing at first, I think. I think maybe you could do more to onboard the player and welcome them into how the style of the world is going to be. But I think the main criticism I have is that the controls, like, it doesn't feel very smooth to handle, you know? It feels very clunky. Everything takes a really long time, everything feels really committed. And that doesn't pair well with having enemies that, like, move as fast as this guy does, right? You have this like slow, like committed attack, and then you have this guy that just like runs at you like ultra fast like that. And he's like the basic enemy, and it just feels a little jarring. It's not like he can't exist, but like he's like everywhere as like the main enemy, right? Yeah, so I think I think the controls is the main thing I would focus on here, and try and make everything just feel a bit smoother and feel just, I don't know, a bit more like I have more control over where I'm going, what's going on, you know? Everything just feel a bit... Yeah, I get the impression you really liked the committed actions and stuff like that. I just don't... I don't think it's been executed very well here. I think you really have to know what you're doing to do that stuff, you know? Because otherwise it just feels like I'm really struggling to get my character to do the things I want them to do. It's not really been made clear to me right away that that's the way I'm supposed to play it in this like intentional, slow and specific, committed way. And it's a really tough one to pair with a platformer, in my opinion. Really tough. A great example, I think, of that kind of thing will be like the original Castlevania, right? That's got like a slow committed thing, but it's still snappy and still like whoosh, and like feels good. Like it is slow and you're really committed to it and all that kind of thing, but you still, I don't know. There's less of, like, I don't think, like, there's I'm mashing the button there. There's like a period where I just can't press it again afterwards. I think that's the killing thing with it. I would rather the attack animation were even slower, right? Even slower, but had no cooldown, right? I really don't like this feeling I have in the period of time after doing the attack where I can't do it again, you know? That really feels bad. Because that's me pressing buttons on the controller that I know are doing a thing and getting no response from the game, right? Which is clear when I'm like in the middle of an attack animation or something like that, and the game is like, well, you're obviously attacking, you can't do anything now, and I'm like, okay. But like having a cooldown there that like I have no information about, just makes it feel clunky, you know? Similar is generally true for dashes and things. Dashes you can be a bit more forgiving for because you get the impression, you know, it's kind of hard to do like infinite no cooldown dashes, right? But I think the better way to do dashes generally is to have like a clear rule. I'm not sure if this has it actually or not. Does it just reset on touching the floor? No. So that's generally a good rule, or like some things have a rule like that, where like your dash will reset the moment you touch a floor, and it becomes very like clear and you understand it. Whereas this is just like after an arbitrary period of time that I don't know, right? Sorry if I'm just sounding like I'm saying, yeah, it's a bit clunky without really explaining the specifics. It's quite hard sometimes to narrow down the exact reasons things feel the way they do. But that's what I would focus on, I think, for that game. But it is very pretty. I look forward to seeing how this develops further. Okay, we spent quite a lot of time on that. Laszlo, we've got your game Rescue Mission on Titan. Also, yeah, I didn't know what the knives were doing. Oh man, as the light in here changes, my green screen wall just gets worse and worse. Because I don't want to rely just on my studio lights. But I think I might have to. Let's see if I can close. What was that? Which is making it worse, but then if I turn these up, alright guys, as we stream more and more, we're going to learn how these things work, and our streams will get smoother and better as time goes on. Let's see if I can make this better. Webcam settings, turn the color intensity up a bit. Shift the white balance that way, just so it's all nice and green. Save. It's made me a bit shiny, but is mostly keeping the green screen going. Mostly. Oh, I'm a bit too shiny now. Stupid lights. I need to move this way. Oh, it's such an annoying setup. I think I just need another actual green screen or something. Okay. Any strange games left to play? What time is it? Almost 5. Okay, we will take a few more submissions, though we've actually taken probably too long to get through these to do a lot more, which is why we were doing it in a staggered way like this. Helicopter game with C64-esque graphics. Music may be loud, I have options for it, and there is no music when playing the levels. Oop. What am I moving?
Bye.
Where you go?
How about this?
Oh, okay.
You couldn't go on Friday.
Bye-bye. Fit screen, cool. Load. I'm just pressing spacebar at the moment. The Aerospace Mining Company has been excavating the ice crust of Titan for years now. They extract nitrogen, methane, ethane, but most of all, liquid hydrocarbons to substitute for depleted fossil fuels on Earth. Scientists found a strange fungus-type organism living in the ice in symbiosis with its surrounding elements. Sorry, I'm gonna have to put these away. This is the worst idea. Do not bring something of vinegar sticks to my streams. Video games, guys. I hate it. No, we need to cut that out. But they're so delicious. They're so delicious. Just makes you reach for more, man. Oh man, I've missed a whole bunch of text. Further examinations predicted that the shrew of its personnel will aggressively take over everything once the bounce of the Titan's elements tip. Corporate didn't stop the mining, but put a rescue team on site and developed an exit plan to extract personnel if the inevitable happens. Oh, right. It's like, I can press a button or it like gets sick of waiting for me and then moves on. I can probably just have one or the other. Oh god, okay. Options. Music seems okay. You guys let me know if it's too loud. It looks like it's really quiet for the stream, but it's hard to tell. You know what I'm going to say about pixel sizes, aren't you? Okay, weirds me out a little that my camera isn't quite centered, but then centers whenever I move upwards. Wait, is it, what? The wall's closing in on me? I'm stuck. Oh, they're not the walls? They're not, okay. But they are? What? Oh, but there's, what? I'm very confused by those walls that are not walls. Bob from R&D, let's pick him up. Okay. This is cool. Other than that, I'm very confused about what is and is not a wall right now. Like, what is that about? What just happened? If I missed something in the story that explains what's going on there, would make that make more sense. Rescue ship is on your left. Okay. You're okay. What? What are these? Is this clouds or what? I don't understand. What are they? What is it? Is this like a gas? We've got bullets as well. Don't really get in shroom. Right, this is something with the backstory, right? We just don't, we're not allowed to spend too much time in it. It like damages you or something, right? Okay. I hope watching my idiot brain trying to play your games helps some of you realize how much you probably think you're explaining about how your game works in your game, and how actually it's very easy to miss some of these things and not really have a clue what's going on. I can kind of shoot my way through it as well. Alright. I like the general aesthetic. Like, I've definitely played a game a bit like this. Ow. What's my hit points? Is it that blue bar? Where do I get more fuel from, if ever? It's kind of hard to know when I'm being damaged. I think I'm not getting a lot of feedback for, like, you hit a wall type of thing. Yeah, that's everyone. Hopefully. That zoom out. The controls are a little funky for flying it, but like generally okay. And the art's nice. Oh, I thought I could shoot down, but maybe I can't. I don't really know how I'm meant to get through the shroom. I know you can shoot it, but like I only have so many bullets, and also it like comes back and oh, did I just shoot that dude? Well, I'm glad he didn't die. I can shoot down. Can't. That looks like maybe I'm meant to fly that way, but I can't tell if it's a wall or a building. Oh, right, fuel. That's good to know. Oh, you're not. This is just where the spaceship is, right? Oh, hello. So yeah, that's how I... Right, I get it.
Because like he can go through those things. I'm like, oh, so can I go through those things? I don't know what I can go through and what I'm gonna crash into, you know what I mean? It's very tough to distinguish because they're all using the same colors and all kind of the same aesthetic, right? See, like I can go through that satellite dish. Can I go through? I can go through here, okay. He was an engineer man. He was blue, so he fixed me up. Okay. Yeah, that's a weird, like, you see that weird square of movement I just did? Like, the controls do get a bit funky sometimes. I think it'd be good if it just felt a bit more helicopter-y. If that makes... if that's what passes for good criticism. Make it feel more helicopter-y. Like, you know, like up and down I should be controlling like the rotors, the like just like maybe go up and down, and then just sort of like I can kind of like lean left and right. Okay, I can go through here. This fills my ammo. This is generally like just generally quite good, you know. Oh, thank you, Sunny Horizons, for the super chat. Very kind of you. Pixel size is like mostly consistent, you know, clear, consistent aesthetic. Obviously inspired from Commodore 64 and so on, but it's good. I really I like this aesthetic for the little tiny people and the helicopter game. This is quite nostalgic. I like it. But it's not 100% clear all the time. Like I didn't get what the gas was at all at first. Oh, I'm nearly out of fuel, fuck. We'll have to leave that there. So it's good. I think the controls need some work. I think you need to create something that feels a bit more like a helicopter to fly, you know, that's sort of like, so your up and down is just sort of your battle with gravity, and then left and right just sort of just doing your hovering thing, right? Or something like that. As it is, it just felt like this weird acceleration thing that then like could instantly be swapped in another direction. So like you're accelerating, and then just no matter which direction you push, you just sort of go, and you could like do these weird like square movements. That's the controls and some of the clarity in the visuals, I think, you mean the main things to work on. I don't think the levels were too confusing, so that, I mean, I suppose like a radar or something to show you where people are nearby, you know, like, or an arrow. It's like, here's the nearest person to go get, or whatever, you know, that could kind of help. But generally, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Thanks for that one, Laszlo. Det Do sends in Party While Alive. Keep the party alive, made for one of those Lundaros. Didn't we play this? No, this is different, okay. Very cool party life by getting people drunk. Rutro. Okay. Send next enough. Yo. Nice face, mate. No. Oh. Well, he's mean. Man, this sucks. Why? It's just that I'm so hungry. Wait, was that a back and forth? Kinda hard to tell. I really could use an apple right now. It looks like an apple. Whoa, you found an apple? Thanks, dude. I think I'll stay a little long. Okay, is this my party? Should move. Okay. Man, I hate this. I hate this. You have this. Thwanks, man. I feel so better now. Don't think I've ever heard someone talk like that under the influence of alcohol, but sure, we'll go with that. Good you made that sad guy drunk. I kind of respect you now. Don't know how I feel about being respected by the weird little mean guy. Like, that dude looks so cute down there. Kind of wish I was like him. You know how much I love Cheetos. Do we have any Cheetos? Do you want this? You owe me monies. Nah, just kidding. I'm already way beyond drunk. Okay. You kept the party alive, kinda. What is this thing in the middle? Oh, I can't. It's like a radio or something. Pretty cheesy, isn't it? Oh wait, is that it? Or did I just win? Did I win? I think I won. Think we won? One in chat if we think we won. 2 in chat if you think there's something else still to do. I think we won. Oh. That was quick. It was pretty quick. Thinking we won. Okay. Thanks for that one. No, so I can't go outside now. I like the aesthetic. It's like you know, minute or a bit Undertale, not really. Minute is the main thing here, right? Just this black and white. Simple pixel art. I like this aesthetic a lot. It's like a really good one for these kind of little games as well, because it saves you a lot of time. And that's good because it lets you just do more stuff, right? And it's very functional. There's obviously not a whole lot to it, which I think you're just generally aware of. Let's just restart this as well, just so I can talk a bit more about these things. So, like picking up these things is good. Yeah, I feel like you had multiple keys for that, like Z and X or whatever, right? Also, like, you could probably have had something here where, like, I'm already holding the apple, so, like, we can skip the I need an apple to, oh, you already have the apple, or maybe even do something with that, right? You found an apple without me even asking you, you know, that's a thing you can do. But you've done a good job of just putting all the functional components of a walk around, talk to people, do a little minute style adventure game here. This is cool. So you could probably take this engine or whatever you have here, you know, and build something more complex or cool out of it, right? So I would not get rid of all this code that you've written. It's probably quite useful, and you can probably do some cool stuff with this. Obviously, you know, what you've got here is just pick up some items and give them to some guys, but it's, you know, you proved yourself able to make this kind of stuff, so now you could go further and do more with it. And what you've got here, it's very little. The writing is obviously like non-existent for the most part, but it exists. It exists, and what exists is good. Other than that, you know, the whole idea of the narrative was terrible, but I don't know. I don't know that was the point. Yeah, something to build on. Something to pick a direction, pick whatever you want to do with it, and go on from there. Yeah, I don't think... I'm struggling to find things to say because there's just not much there to say anything about, right, you know? But what is there, other than the writing, is good, I think. Okay. So, our last one is Flappy Cat by Meme Guy. We're gonna take a moment before we play it. We'll get it downloaded. But I'm gonna open up the submissions. And we'll take like 5 more, maybe 4 or 5 more. I'm going to cut it off an arbitrary point when I think there's too many. But the submissions are open again. If you've got a game that you want me to play in the next hour or so, get it submitted now. There's one. There's one more in already. When can I do a full tower defense tutorial? Roughly when the sun goes supernova. Or my patrons request it, whichever comes first. Whoa, 7, 8, okay, chill out. Let's close that. That gets out of control real quick. Let's check for duplicates in case they don't, none of them look like duplicates. Because we had that issue last time. No, we got 8 lovely games. These are what we're going to play, and then that's going to be today's stream, I think. And then I need to get episode 24 up. Well, actually re-encoded and up, but I'm going to wait until the stream is over, and we'll set that re-encoding. Might go up late. It might, I don't know. Maybe it'll go up Saturday instead. I'm not sure, because we didn't get the encoding done or started properly until today. I could try and re-encode it now, because that usually doesn't put too much of a struggle on it, but doing it through Premiere did. MediUI seems a bit better. So I'm just going to quickly set this going. RPG, episode 24, API source, filters, source type progressive, noise filter, minimal noise, save. There it is. Cute. Get the audio. Episode 24. Cute. Wow, that's going really fast. That's suspicious. Did that not render out properly? Oh no, it didn't come out as episode 24. Oh, my bad. I forgot we started rendering that and then we started it again to get it on the other monitor. Done. Sean is done. Raw. It's called raw something or other, right? Yep, here it is, 24 gig. Made today. We will get this game started in a second, I promise. Just want to get this going. It's episode 24. Q. And find it again. Q. Okay. I thought that was going like, I was like, that's already quarter of the way done. That's no way that should already be nearly done. I mean, this is just, yeah, Kirstu, this is like the 7th iteration of finding a way to get games through, you know? Just at the end of the day, not everyone's game can make it. There's a lot of people wanting to play their game, so there has to be some arbitrary way to cut them off. And the challenge is basically if you can find the link, find the submission form while it's active, get it typed in, submitted in a timely manner, then your game gets played at the end of the day, and you're competing against everyone else who is trying to do that slightly faster than you. So that's kind of all there is to it. Just depends how committed you are, you know, to the process. Sadly, there's no other. There's not really a way to do it other than that. Anyway, Flappy Cat. Extract all. Extracts. The credits. Right, anyway, who's in the credits? Thank you for playing this little game. More games are coming soon. Game by Omar33. Backgrounds by this person. Sound effects by this person. Flappy Cat. Gee, I wonder what game, possibly of similar name, this may be inspired by. Alt enter. We cannot full screen. Numpad multiply. Can we get you as the thing? Can, sort of. That's weird. Reset transform. Why is it like that? What? OBS, why would you do that? I just want to make this game full screen. Oh, this'll do. You can see it. Just for some advices. What kind of advices would you like? Rip. I recognize these fonts. I like that it freezes on the KO when you lose. Like there, that's nice. I can see like, oh, that's exactly where I hit the thing. That's how, you know, I definitely messed it up. Like some of these other games we play where you die and you just instant restart or whatever, it can be like, well, what killed me, you know? It's clear when you get a point. You know, it has all the nice little design quirks of the other Flappy game, whose name must go unspoken. So you know, this is one of the rare examples, I think, the inconsistent. Let me stretch this real big. I don't know why it's like black like that. Maybe if I No, I don't know. Don't know why it's kind of messed up like that. But if we zoom right in as much as we can. Right in. Don't know if there's a better way to zoom in on something like that. But like you've got like an inconsistency with the pixel sizes between the foreground and the background, but it kind of actually works here okay, because your foreground is all consistent. These pixel sizes are the same as these. Yes, you've got some rotation, but you've actually, well, you've kept the sizes kind of like half, right? And the rotation is just something you wanted to have because you know the pros and cons of rotating it like lean in favor of rotating it, right? It looks nice, like having it like that's what Flappy Bird does, you know. On the backgrounds being in the distance like that at low res, they're consistent with themselves at least. So all the background is like that, and all the foreground is like this. So this is one of the rare cases where I'm like, this actually kind of works, you know. Oopsie. So yeah, aesthetically I think this is fine. I would generally pick a style, whether you're going to go for outlines or like drop shadow, and just stick to it. Like this game over looks weird next to these ones with drop shadow, in my opinion. Like this doesn't have drop shadow, but this does. So like these kind of have this like illusion of depth, but then this doesn't. So it looks a little strange in that way. Similar in like how you've got outlines around your big pipes, but no outline around the cat here. That looks a little inconsistent. Mechanically, there's not a whole lot to comment on because you know it's Flappy Bird, right? You did it. But the jumping, like the numbers and the feel and everything is good. Which is like hard to know how much to credit that with just, you know, imitating what Flappy Bird did, but you know, you've obviously played with it and got it to feel right for you. And it's good. This is I like making these kind of games is a nice way to learn code. You probably can't learn too much design from doing it unless you're gonna add in a lot of your own stuff, right? That's why the only real thing I can really criticize is kind of like the aesthetics and stuff going on here, because it's the only place where you've kind of made your own choices that I can be like, that we can talk about in an interesting way, right? It's hard, just as with like the game that was like Commander Keen. It's hard to take a game that's just like an imitation of another game and be like, and give like serious criticism of it, because it's like, well, am I criticizing Flappy Bird or am I criticizing your game, you know? But it's good, thanks. Well done. Now move on to something of with some of your own ideas in it. Maybe you know, expand this game, expand Flappy Cat, and add whatever you think the Flappy genre is direly in need of, you know. But the next thing I want to see from you, I want to see some of you in it a bit more, right? Rather than just like, it was a perfectly fine place to start. Definitely, it was good. Perfectly advisable place to start if you're just trying to learn code and stuff like that. But the next thing you submit, I want you to then take the next step and be like, here are some of my own mechanics and my own ideas, right? So what we got next? Slime Case.io, Pipe Hero Infinite from, or Puzzle Engineering Game from Griffin. Okay. Use pipes, junctions, pumps, and more to manipulate the flow of water through a machine. Okay. It's like the Bioshock puzzle, but more, right? I know that came from somewhere else, but you know what I mean. Pipe manias. Alrighty. Let's keep it not full screen. That's probably going to make the pixels a bit weird. Well, like this, you kind of got like them moving faster and slower to indicate, well, faster and slower movement. Well done there, Sean. That's great criticism. I like how you've made them move faster to indicate that they are moving faster. Level 0, pipes. Puzzle 1. Okay, to the left you can see the parts that are available to you. Click to select. I click an empty spot on the puzzle grid to rotate it, and left click to place it. Well, right click to... okay. Connect the source on the left to the sink on the right through pipes, then press the play button. Okay. Oh, I thought those numbers were indicating that I had like X amount of them, but they are the keyboard shortcut or whatever, right? I think we did it, guys. We did not do it. Oh no, we can't. Okay, it needs to be one of those. My hubris! My absolute hubris. Oh, ta-da! And some stats I don't really know what the difference between the grey and the gold numbers are, but that's that, I guess. Next. Occasionally tiles will be missing from the game grid. In these cases you'll not be able to place any parts there. Okay. Oh, but I can rotate these. Interesting. Is there any reason you decided like all these had to be one way? Is that a code limitation or something you thought like, yeah, that makes it more interesting? Because I'm used to it like in Bioshock, right, where like you just have to make it look right. They weren't like one way. Who submitted this? So it's Griffin. No, this one is not puzzle engineering. It is Pipe Hero Infinite, okay. Playing a solution, hover over any sources to see their flow rates, and hover over any sinks to say the flow rate you must achieve to solve the puzzle. Okay. It's more of that than I realised then. So that has to go there, and that has to go there, is what you're saying. Source swap. Oh, okay, hang on. Wait, can I... Trying to work out what that meant, like if I could just swap them and make like two. Because otherwise this makes this quite a, like, tedious puzzle, right? And you kind of want your solutions when you know how to do them to kind of feel like, ah, you know, like that kind of, and then it just like all just fits into place. Whereas if I have to do this, I'm like, okay, this works, but it doesn't necessarily feel super satisfying, right? So yeah, I think this could be made possibly. I think it would be improved by just making them bi-directional. I mean, that may be tricky depending on how you've coded it, but I think it would add a lot because I don't think you're really getting anything out of them being non-bi-directional. And so I think like it's like the one from BioShock, but with extra steps and less. And with each of those extra steps just makes it a bit more effort for me to engage with it, you know? Forcing me to like control, yeah, I guess, but hovering over any pre-placed sink or source will also highlight the source or sink it is paired with, if any. Alright, so if that's already telling me which ones they're paired with, but the number also seems to be, at the moment, functionally, all the number is doing is telling me what it's paired with, you know? I don't know if they interact in some way later on, and it's just like, oh, sometimes the thing can change the flow and so on and so forth, in which case, yeah, fair enough, I guess. Because I want some like cool crossroady bits where I can be like, where I can feel smart, whereas at the moment I just feel like I'm trying to sort the cables out behind my PC, which sucks, right? And it's a fine difference. It's like it's tricky. These games are trickier than you might think to make feel fun. But like just placing things on a grid and rotating them is intrinsically satisfying. Click and drag? Why? Oh, right. Oh, what? Right. So it wasn't me. I don't know if something said I can click and drag, but like I didn't really. It wasn't clear to me why that would be advantageous. Like I can just draw a path that like creates one-to-one, which is cool because you've clearly put a bunch of time into making it so that you can do that. But tricky to get that across to someone, and also it'd be better if they were just bi-directional. Yeah. Uh-oh, what did I mess up? Oh, this is the wrong way, right. How do I... So I just click any one of these and just be like... Get it the right way and then do the... Okay. Gift to Illustrator is a good idea. Yeah, that kind of thing can help. Well, you know, not necessarily a GIF, but, you know, a visual demonstration of it. We'll do... I don't really have time to do a million of these puzzles, which is a shame, because I want to see if it gets interesting with a bunch more parts and stuff, but I think my criticisms are going to basically remain the same, even if we get into more complex stuff. Will allow you to place your own sinks and sources User play sources will have I kind of have to play these tutorials as the thing to have an idea of how it works, and we don't really have time to do too much of this. Okay. Like, I like a lot of this, and clearly a lot of work's gone into this. Like, yeah, it looks nice, it's a consistent aesthetic. Level 1. Junctions. Splits them equally to all outputs. Source rates will change between cases. Huh? Well, why would I use that here? I did it. Oh no, I have more of these to place. Okay, right, I see. So what, they all need to get to 2? It's not clear. It's not clear, like, what... I'm not really sure what needs to happen. I'll distribute the input to 2 sinks with equal proportion. Okay, so something with it being 3 here made me think I needed... You should limit it so if I can only place 2, make it clear that, like, I have to place 2 and make that work, you know? Right, having lots of text like this, you're always going to run the risk that I skim it and I don't, you know, take in everything at once, because human brains are hard. And like having that buried in there rather than being on the screen as telling me like this is your goal, you know, that, right? Rather than, you know, it's hidden away in the tutorial panel when I had to do that. So yeah, people think this a lot, which is good. It's good that you're showing it to people and making note of like the issues that they're coming across. It's very good. Use the junctions to output the average of the 2 input rates to a sink. In addition to the required one will be ignored, so feel free to use as many as you want to solve the puzzle. Well, what is the puzzle then? So this one doesn't tell me, like, what do I need to do on this one? To async. Right, okay, is that the... right. But is the average of that? What? I don't know. Average of 1 and 3 is 2, so it wants a rate of... Okay, we need to be much more clear about what each one of these levels is expecting, and just like a line that could be interpreted in a few ways just in the info is not It's not really good enough. How would I use a junction to output the average of the two input rates? That implied to me, like, when I read that, I think it's telling me that that's how it works. Like, oh, when two things go into one, it will output the average of it. That's what I'm thinking is going to happen. Not that that's actually the puzzle I've got to work out how to do somehow, right? Which I don't really know how to do. No, I don't know. I don't know how to do it. Sorry. And that's where you lose me, you know? Like, if I don't know what it wants from me, I don't really know what I'm trying to do, and even when it's explained to me, I'm like, oh, how does that happen? I'm like, I stop having fun, stop being interested, and, you know? Which is a shame, because there's so much going on there that's good, right? Like, the placing is good, like, it's, yeah, I mean, I know you got the click and drag thing, but honestly, I didn't really have much problem just doing the click and drag, clicking on the things. The only issue there was that they were not bi-directional, so I had to do brain gymnastics to work out which of the two L shapes I wanted, right? Whenever I wanted a corner. I'm not bad at understanding your mechanics. I don't know what the junction does that's going to help me get the average. I can work out what the average of 3 and 1 is, you know? Like, that's not the problem. The problem is, how do I do that with your game mechanics? And I don't know. I don't know. I'm sorry. And if I don't care, then I don't care. Then I'm going to move on. That's not Sean's problem. Well, I like the aesthetics, so I put, like, I think tutorials you need to clarify this info thing. This is just general info, but it's containing both what you have to do and also information about how the game works. And then those two things combine into just a mess that I don't know what it is I'm reading a lot of the time. Am I reading instructions on what to do to pass the puzzle, or am I reading tutorial information on how a new game element works, you know? I want a piece of text down here that says, do this to succeed, 0 out of 1, and then it's like, ta-ding, when you did it, rather than just like, I press flow and like, have I done the thing it wants of me? I don't know. What have I missed? Go back, read again, think about things in a different way until I get it to work, you know? That's the issue I have. Everything else is great. It's good. It's really good. I like the aesthetic. Yeah, it's all really good. But it's a big problem because it's gonna make people just lose interest, right? Okay. Thanks for that one, Griffin. That's cool. Unnamed Thesis by Kirstu. It is hard to explain concisely. It's like, it's half of game design. It's just getting people to understand how on earth to play a game, right? It's not as... when people describe those issues to you, it always sounds like they're telling you to do something really easy and obvious, but getting these things to work and be clear to people is hard, man. It's hard to get something that's in your brain into someone else's, and that's fundamentally what you're trying to do. Gamefeel.zip. Interesting. Celeste-like platformer. Oof. Got a hard act to follow there. Celeste is a masterclass platformer. Which is why a lot of people have made games inspired by it. So I kind of wish I didn't have to like press enter to go onto one of these. Oh, okay. resolution. That is my resolution, I guess. I wish I didn't have to I wish I could just hover over this and press left and right, since that's what all these options are, the little toggles like that. But I have to go onto them, press enter, then move the thing, and then press enter again, which is like one extra step that you don't need. The less steps you have in processes like this, the easier it is for people to just intuitively work it out. Cool. Oh, RB, okay. Let's pick up the controller. RB. You can move by pressing the D-pad left and D-pad right keys, or just using the analog stick, it would seem. Oh, and jump by pressing A, I guess. Slightly outside of the speech bubble there at the end. But we'll ignore that. We've got wall jumps. Do we have like a grab? Ooh. Don't know what that is. Let's just move on. Let's not try and outthink it. Jump by pressing A, I guess. You know, if you're into that. I don't know how I feel about this look, where you've got like crisp pixel art, and then this anti-aliased orb of light that's following you around. I guess it works. Question of taste, I guess. Right, I'm going to jump down here. I need to know. Okay. Oh. Under the danger. That's some drunken text there. Together. Classic. Nice and squidgy. Player in general is nice and squidgy. That's moving up a ledge. That's interesting. That's not commonly done to... Oh, hang on. I'll do it over here where you can see it. Like this. Not commonly done this. Because it's not something the player would naturally assume to happen. So generally, like with stairs and slopes and things like that, the reason why you would do that kind of thing is because when the player comes up to a thing, what you're always trying to do with these like field things is make it so that whatever you're guessing is in the player's head happens on the screen, regardless if they're pressing the exact things to make that happen. You know, that's the thing with Coyote Time with jumps, you know, being able to have jump buffers and stuff like that is like, well, the player obviously wanted to jump because they pressed jump a few frames after falling off the ledge. They just did it too slow. We give it to them anyway because we know that that's what the player wanted. Moving up on top of here is a tricky one because I might just want to move into this corner, right? I might just be wanting to push into that wall, and it might bother me that then, oh, I'm forced up on top of here. Which is fine, I guess, if your level design doesn't really ever have an area like that where you just, the player wants to just be against a one-tile wall. I like the lag on the light and the just sort of floating around behind them thing. Let's turn this, I think there's some sound here, but I think it's down quite low. Don't know if you can hear that. It's just sort of a low growly ambience, I think. Oh no, there's a bit of tune there. Who made this? Who's in the chat? Who made this? Cursed you. Okay, so that's a grabby thing. Whereas I've got a... It's like a Celeste strawberry. I've got to make it feel safe, right? Okay. Cliffhanger. Ooh. That looks like there's something up there, but I guess it's not. I like the grass. It's nice, and the way it kind of behaves a little differently when you're stood in it, and so on, and the wind and the rain. Yeah, I'm personally not keen on the anti-alias like particles, but I can see how that might just be me. Get a sneak peek into the level by holding up or down. Okay, that's something I wish that other game had. Can't remember what it was now, the duck one. Problem with this light thing is it's like making it really dark where I want to see ahead, and I'm like looking ahead and it's like, okay, what's the thing I need to avoid there? What was this? Was it just like a checkpoint? Yes. Keep thinking I'm spent because it's like it's called a Celeste, like I'm expecting to have a dash. Okay, nice. You can toggle just free cam with X. Oh, okay, that's what that was. Okay. Maybe don't let me do that until you've introduced it, because I pressed that and I was like, what on earth is this? And I didn't really work it out, and I was just a little bit confused and upset, and you don't want me getting confused and worried and upset. You don't want to worry my pretty little snowflake head about it, okay? You just want to wait until you think I'm ready and then be like, okay, here's a thing now that you might actually want to use it. Okay, this is a little tricky. Okay. Pull unlocked. What does it mean? Okay. That feels like something I didn't really need to unlock if it's specific to these zones, right? Like, you could have just introduced a zone and I could have had that power all along, because the power doesn't mean anything without the zone, right? Interesting, though, right? So, like, I have to pick an angle appropriate. What did that do? Just let me do it again. Not really entirely right, so I'm guessing it does, but like not really entirely clear that was like how that worked. Kinda only really put that together in my head from knowing a bit about how things in Celeste work. I think if I hadn't played Celeste, working out what the hell that plus did would have been very, very difficult. Maybe not, I don't know. Don't know how much I would have had to experiment to work that out. Oh man. Again to the... It's weird because like I intuitively want to be as close as I can to where I'm going, but I actually need to come away just so that I get into that quadrant so that I go upwards. I quite like this mechanic. Like, this is interesting. It's like the dash, but like kind of based on where I am is what determines the direction, you know? Okay. I feel like I wish I knew that before. Why would I ever not hold those? Well, I can picture sometimes, but generally... Uh-oh, this is getting hard. Okay. Okay, cool. Checkpoint. I feel like maybe that checkpoint didn't exist at first. And now exists because actually getting over there, it's quite tough. But the way those are all positioned makes me think originally it was like, yeah, you can do all three of those at once. Well, I suppose not, because there wasn't a plus, right? Cave collectible visible. The classic. Ah. That's really fun and satisfying to do. I keep thinking these ropes are gonna do a thing, like I'm gonna have to climb them or something, but they just seem to be aesthetic. Push unlocked. Okay, so this makes the whole zone and unlock thing make a little more sense. Because like it's the same zone, but now I can do a separate thing in it. No. Oh, I've just noticed that the light shining from the middle is what's indicating what direction. I don't think that's necessary, to be fair, but it's a nice little touch, I guess. Oops, wrong one. Man, getting to there is pretty rough. It's like a jump push thing. You can get kind of close. That looks like a near pixel perfect thing or something. Oh crap. Nah! God damn, I was so close. So when is this gonna like combine the two, right? Cool, it's like, it's not, in a way it's like it's a shame because it's obviously not quite as versatile and it's not probably as much you can do with it as like just the dash from Celeste, right? But it is very interesting creating these like environmental puzzles. And they're satisfying, you know, to have like a constrained thing that's obviously meant to do this thing and you can make them really... make them tell interesting little stories and make them satisfying, which you've done a very good job of. Like, that's sick. Not sure what that one's meant to do at the end there. The problem with it is I don't have, like, any time to figure it out. Yeah, I know you've got free look and so on, but... like, what? Like, do we fall down into here, jump up, and then jump that way, and then I don't know. It's tricky. It's tricky. No. I think I'll leave that one there. It was good though. That was really good. Very, very, like, it feels really, really nice. You learned a lot of good lessons from Celeste. And yeah, you're doing your own kind of mechanical thing. Definitely stick to that. Stick to, like, seeing what you can do with all these cool octagons and things. I don't know what else there was in them. It was a whole lot more that I didn't get to. Like, I was jumping, that was fine though, isn't it? Like, no, I think it's good. Don't know how I feel about the particles, but I think that's probably just me. It's really only really little things I would criticize in that. I think it's just generally quite strong. Something a little odd about how, like, teaching the way the mechanics are taught with these little signposts and so on is a little clunky. No, I'm just trying to think of something intelligent to say about it, really. Other than just, oh, it's really good. It is really good. Yeah, I think maybe just, like, on board the mechanics in a little bit. You can probably do that in a smoother way than you were able to there. Like, there were things like you would teach me after I'd kind of already pressed the button and be like, oh, okay, that's how that works. So, oh, okay, that's how that works. So, and I'd be like, oh, I wish I knew that before, and so on. Maybe you can hold those things back until you get them, and so on, like the camera free look thing, and so forth. No, but generally speaking, it's just quite good. I don't know. I can't really think of any general criticism. Nah, do what you want. Keep going. I look forward to seeing more of it. Looks good. Pong Pong Protector from Havoc. GM48. Yeah, like, I suppose it'd be nice to see the character not just be a flat potato or whatever. Like, interesting. You might find an interesting way you actually want to take the story or whatever with it now. Like, now is the time. Like, now you've got a game that feels good and you've got some cool mechanics, and apparently there's loads more to it as well. Now is the time you can kind of start to wrap these things in a context, because you've also got a feeling and a vibe already for the game, and you can kind of explore that and put those things on top. The problem a lot of people run into is doing all that stuff first and getting too lost, spreading themselves a bit too thin, like we saw with some of that guy's game at the start. That was kind of like all these Undertale, like, fourth wall exploration, the Vermillion prison game. Instead of getting the core game part together first, and you've got the core game part there, I think it's solid. So I think now just think about how you would vision that, if you want to make it into a bigger thing. I don't know, whatever. And then, because I think your focus has been in the right place for most of the time you've been developing that, and I think it shows, and it's come along really well. So maybe now think about, like, it in a in a grander sense, if you will, if it's a thing you're doing more to. Or just ship it and move on, make another thing. Oh, I'm not the boss of you. You do what you want. Anyway. A lot of generally good stuff today. Makes it hard for me to provide criticism because I'm just like, yeah, it's just good. Well done. Pong Protector, GM 4835, 2 sides by Havoc and Oro. I feel like I need to read some stuff. Pong and Tower Defense. Okay. Full screen. How loud is this for you guys? Turn it down a little bit. May you ask me something about my isometric tutorial? No. We got quite the high scoreboard here. Is this real? No one gets the upgrade 11. Noted. What? Quick summon. Oh, I read up here for some reason just because it started over. Sire, the king is under attack. Quick lesson there, and like comic lettering generally, like you're going top left to bottom right, right? Oh no! Why? No! Let me decide the pace, brother. The kingdom needs us. I cannot do it alone. We're Pong protectors. Why are you like this? But alright, he's like drunk. To do it alone, you must become the Pong protector. You must control both sides. Our lives depend on you. Sire, I did it again. Sire, my brother is indisposed. You're doing like top right. You're doing like bottom left to top right. I don't read bottom left to top right. I'm reading top left to bottom right. Nobody has been a Pong protector before. I'm the first. Here we go. I'll do them proud. Oh, I think I just skipped something. Oh, I thought that was the end. The first Pong protector. Suddenly very different graphical style. You're the first Pong protector. You control both paddles. I wanted to read! Why did you... God damn it! You will sometimes complain that, like, I don't read enough of the instructions for the games, and like, oh, it would have been obvious to what I had to do if I'd have just read the thing, but then you do stuff like that in your game, and I can't read. Am I meant to be like, I feel like I'm meant to be doing something else as well. But that hits them, is it? Okay. Don't think I have any money with which to... Okay, now we've got some money. Upgrade and repair. Okay. I have like no gold. Let's just start the next wave for a big gold bonus. All the tower, all the things down here are grayed out, so I'm guessing I just can't afford them yet. Right, pro tip for any game you're going to submit to specifically this stream, but also just in general, right? When you give a player a big ton of text, don't attach that big ton of text to a timer. Especially with me, because I'm going to be talking to you guys and being really slow and stupid and like being like, game and talking about something else unrelated, and I'm going to take forever to get to your game because I'm just like that. And you need to leave that text on the screen so it's there for me so I can read it and learn how to play your game. But also just in general, people read at different speeds, you know? You can't just think like, we gave them 300 frames, they should have read it all by now. I'm losing gold bonus here, but who made this? Havoc. I always forget right away. So I've got repair soul. I don't want to spend on repairs. That feels like I'm just giving away the gold I just got. Are we gonna get some like tower defensey bits at some point, or is this just the notion of it? You know, because he implied that I was doing two things at once. Unless he just means I'm controlling both Pong boards. I thought like maybe I was gonna have to like manage doing Pong and also doing a tower defense game, you know? What happens if I miss? Oh, he just makes a new one. That could be useful in certain contexts, I think. I'm really not good at this. You know what I'm going to say about the pixel art though, don't you? Guesses. I want to see guesses in chat what I'm going to say about the pixel art in this game. What I'm going to say about it. Ideally guesses from Havoc, but he seems AFK. I don't know where the guy who made it is. Let's have this. What are these? I want to do these. Oh, those scorpions are very fast. I like the way the health bars move. Different pixel sizes are amazing and always... But we all guessed. You guessed, right? You know what I was going to say, because I say it every time. So people should know this by now when they submit their games. Yeah, I like this screen. Like, I think it's fairly clear and well laid out. Passives are blank for 909. There you are. Yeah, the next time I had it all a skip. I just left it. I feel like maybe there's a lot of delay in the stream, or some people need to hit F5 or something. I'm getting a lot of comments about things that like happened a really long time ago, and the stream delay shouldn't be that much. Oh, this one actually went quite well so far. To say it's a later wave. Thought I'd be dead by now. All the art is individually quite nice. Like each individual piece of art, quite nice. But look at these pixel sizes, it's all over the place. It's not entirely all over the place. Most of the stuff on the screen is like fine, but like the ping pong boards are totally different from what's everywhere else. Honestly, like the concept, unless he's got a lot more health, and you just feel like he has quite a lot more health. Concept of the boss wave almost feels easier than it would if I could Pong at all. I'm not good at predicting where a ball is gonna fly from a Pong thing. I'm not a good Pong player, guys. No. No! I think Big Bad Ben is going to be the end of us, guys. It was. Again, top right. Could not be the Pong Pong Protector, forgive me. Rip. So yeah, contradictory art styles in a few places, contradictory pixel sizes in a few places. Other than that, the art's very nice, and the aesthetic is very cool. Your name, not Sean JS. Guess my score was very bad. No one gets to upgrade 11, man. Rip. Active abilities are key. I don't got any active. Control both paddles at a time, side to side, bouncing over back and forth to protect your kingdom. Upgrade it in the downtime between waves. Care for your orbs, losing them costs you in blood. Oh, it does. Okay, good luck. How do I use the active abilities? I didn't really see any in the upgrade menu, but maybe I wasn't reading thoroughly enough. Oh man. I wish I had some sort of indication of where the thing was gonna bounce. I I get it slightly higher up the further the angle is and so on, but when I've got to be this precise and hit like these tiny things on the map, I've got to like I feel like I need to know a bit more about how it's gonna work. All right, I can't afford any. It's also expensive though. I got 21 gold. No. Yes, 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 yes. Ugh. Because it's always just a bit off, like just that little angle being off just makes it so hard. Because I think if you make that stuff better and like make it so I'm able to more easily hit the thing, then you can scale up the difficulty in other places. You know, if you're worried about, oh, if I make an angle indicator, maybe that makes it too easy. Then you can make the difficulty go up in other places, but I don't feel like I'm wrestling with the game as much. Because you could be like, okay, now it's easier for people to hit things more precisely, add more enemies, and make them go faster and stuff like that, right? Right, still don't have enough money for any of these apparently important active powers. I kind of wanted to get one just to see what they were like. Yeah. Ugh. Oh, that was a shot. Is it getting faster with each bounce? Okay. No, they're also passives. Apparently we need to get... Was there a passive that made the ball bigger? That would be an amazing passive. There might have been one. Very satisfying when you hit a bunch in a row. Wish there was a sound effect for that. Oh, maybe there is. I like the feedback when they get hit. I really like that move. The health bars look really nice. Oh, it's 200 though. We were told the active abilities are important. That sounds important. We're gonna get it. Not bigger enough. I want it to be like twice the size that it currently is. Because you could make this way easier to do and then just like have it scale more and have there be more enemies and that kind of thing, you know? I think I would rather it went in that direction and would just more satisfying just to play around with and feel less like I'm fighting it, right? I don't want to sound too critical because I do really like this. I really like the idea. There's slows enemy speed for a short time, but it's a passive. What? Where? Oh, is that just when you hit them? Can we beat him this time now we've got the bigger ball? It's not looking amazing so far. Ah, why did that go up so much? God damn it. Again. Just can't get the angle right. Ah. pixel sizes on him are a bit wacky as well. Wait, did he just arrive and do a ton of damage, but we passed the wave because we had enough health for it? Oh, new level. I'm not going to get enough money to ever see what the actives are, am I? It's just not going to happen. We're just going to have to take that scorpion. There's no way we're getting him. Skip. Need that gold bonus. And then if we get this level, we can finally get an active power. Like, I should clarify, by the way, like, this is really cool. I like the idea a lot. I think the aesthetic style could be a lot more consistent. There's a lot of ways you could improve there, but the general skill you have for the, or whoever's doing the art or whatever for drawing these things is very good. Varies, but it's mostly quite good. These things don't really match, although it's a cute idea. Well, we died. Not Sean James. Yeah, GM48. If you wanted to play it, it's Pong Pong Protector GM48. I'll put it in the chat since someone asked. Thanks for that one, it was really cool. I would rather it be made a bit easier to hit things in the Pong thing, and then you scale up the number of enemies you have to deal with to compensate for it. So I still have to be good, but like I'm kind of... You bring the floor up in order to put the ceiling higher, right? So I'd rather like the ball was by default maybe a bit bigger, maybe it was a little clearer, maybe there was some sort of arrow indicator on the Pong things that showed where it was gonna go if it hit at that angle. If that makes sense. So that I could kind of aim at all, because I was just sort of guessing, this seems about right, and then it just flies off at a totally wrong angle, and I'm like, no! Oh god, I hope it didn't have any randomness on it. I was assuming I was just bad. I don't think it's necessarily bad not having the active abilities at the start. It's just, like, just having that to worry about at the beginning, I think it's fine. I think it's just, it's quite hard, you know? For me, but obviously you've got loads of people who are scoring really high and they're doing fine on it as well. It's just my perspective, right? Anyway, thanks. No randomness, good. That would have been bad. But loads about that to be proud of. Really cool game. Right. Okay, it's 6:30. I probably shouldn't have agreed to do this many, or I should have probably been a bit quicker about it. So we're going to go through, apologies, but we're going to go through these probably at a faster pace, and the pace that we kind of should have applied to the rest of them. So we're going to play a little bit of each one of these, give a little bit of feedback where we can, and try and move on a bit quicker. I've been a bit slow today. I do like to try and like explore as much as I can of a game, but like if we get a lot of games with a lot of stuff, it can be hard sometimes. Glissando. Controls arrow keys to slide, further instructions within game. Okay. Options. With full screen? No. Pretty. Oops. Game capture gonna work? It is. What's this music? I know this song from somewhere. Something famous, isn't it? Okay. You kind of got like this HD-ness, but then paired with this like HD pixel art, I want to call it, right? Oh, don't touch those. Avoid the rests. Okay. Literally, because you might have to know what those are, but too bad. Oop. Okay. Didn't really realize what was going on there. I sort of solved it by accident. Tab to select which note you control. Okay. Okay. Just needed to get one through. Uh-oh. I think I've screwed it. How do I restart it? Clearly got myself a bit stuck. Press any key to play on? I'm pressing any key. So really, press escape to play on. How do I restart a level? Jose Vanilla, how do I, by Ecto, how do I, no undo? Oh, I just lose here then, don't I? Is there any way to reset? Oh, continue, okay, we can... A little awkward, but you can do it. If you're gonna have situations where you can get stuck, you do. Okay, Control R. Okay. I need to know that. So obviously you need to put something in that's like Control R to restart if you get stuck. Maybe you can even use that level or a level where or circumstances where the player can get stuck like that to pop something on the screen when that happens. Be like, oh, if you get stuck, do this. There's a common way to do that. Am I stuck again? Maybe. It's weirding me out that I can control either both at once or one or the other. That level feels like it should have come ages ago. Just teach me how the things work instead of like 8 years after I already know how all of those things and a bunch more things work. Wait, what happened? Doesn't that button do something? If you go off screen, you die. What touching? Or do I have to stand on those? Stay on that button. Oh, it doesn't matter if one dies, does it? I forget. Alright, so I can't go right away because then that's gonna trap me in here. Get out. Okay, right, so I've got to like come out, go to you. No. Get out, go to you, go to you, go back to you, go back to you. Okay, that was tricky. That was a tricky one. And this is more of a classical. Uh-oh. Where do I need to be? I need to be there. So 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 I need to be... How would I get there? What? Oh, like that. Okay, I think we get the idea. This is cool. It's chill, it's simple. I think you need a way to indicate the restart. It's in the tooltip for level 2. Fair enough, but like, this is the issue. Like, I'm an idiot, and so is everyone that plays games, right? Humans is not very smart. If you like, I'm not going to have read everything that's on the screen all the time. And if I haven't read that one thing, I'm stuck. Luckily, it's kind of okay, because if I come to the menu, I can go return to main menu and then continue from where I left off. And it's not the worst problem in the world, right? As far as problems go to have, not the biggest one. But with it being the tooltip on level 2, like, what was level 2? Okay, no, that said escape at any time to pause the game. So it wasn't the tooltip. But maybe I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and say on one of them. Ah, yeah, okay. Press Control. It was level 3 to restart the level if you're stuck. The thing is, I don't think you can get stuck on this level really, or you're very unlikely to. Right, so I'm not really looking at it right now because I know what to do. Having played like the first couple of levels of the game, I've got to get this thing to that thing, and there's no reason here for me to take on new information or feel like I have new information to digest. So if you've got information that you need me to digest, you kind of need to put it in my way. Okay, because if I can see, when I look at this, the first thing that happens in my brain is, oh, that's what happens in my brain, right? The moment I see that level, right? I'm not looking at the bottom of the screen, not looking at the top of the screen, not looking at anything else, because I've been taught the mechanics, I've been taught what I need to do, and then I'm presented with information that says, you have a thing here and you got to get to here. Look, there's a very simple path. So I just do it. So I'm going to skip that information and I'm not going to know it. So when we come to the part where I actually need that information, I don't have it because I haven't stopped to look around and find those things, because why would I in that circumstance, okay? Does that make sense? Do you kind of understand how I'm explaining how like my brain and how the brain of probably quite a few people who play the game is gonna you might run into that problem? Hopefully that's clear. It's not, as I said, it's really not the worst problem in the world, and generally speaking, this is great, by the way. Like, this is really cool. It's simple, it's got a really nice presentation about it. The aesthetics of the actual pieces of the puzzle aren't as nice as all the really nice, smooth wrapping around it, all the font and text, and this is really pretty, and the background's really pretty. And then the actual level content, like this stuff, doesn't look as good. So I think maybe this could look better. But other than that, I think it's solid. You've got everything you really want from one of these games. And it's super chill, nice and happy. I think the progression of levels maybe a little weird in some ways. You've got some really simple ones interspersed with the really complex ones. So it feels like you've kind of got a bit of a smorgasbord of level design, of just sort of, you know, each level design is what you came up with after the last level, you know, rather than following like a procedural growing of complexity. It was like, here are all the mechanics, and then like, here are all the ideas we had, you know, sort of thing. And it's a little bit, but generally speaking, super good. Alright, let's keep going. Thank you for that one, super good. Schism by Volpanic. It's a short platformer made to be a short fun burst of a game with a bit of challenge. Excellent. That's what we want. 70 meg. I'm sensing some tunes. That's generally what it means when a game like this is big file size. Buying the soundtrack on your Bandcamp, betting this has got like 70 meg. 5, 6 songs? 7, I was close. That's why it's 70 meg. It could be, yeah, the restart shortcut could be on the screen of every level. I think you can probably get away with not. I think you could, what would be a good idea is having it in the pause menu, because that's like one of the main reasons you might go to the pause menu. Operation did not complete successfully because the file contains a virus or potentially unwanted software. Yikes. Well, it just got insta-deleted. Unfortunately, that's not what it usually does. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and assume this doesn't really look like... You got like a... This looks pretty real to me. Welp, you're gonna have to do something about that, I'm afraid. I would like to give you the benefit of the doubt because I'm generally going to assume that this is actually fine. But I am afraid, given the nature of what I do here and that I am just kind of taking files from anybody, I'm gonna need you to work out why that happens before I can play your game. Like, I am sure in all likelihood it's not. I don't know, man. Like, none of the other games have done that. Which is a shame because this looks cool, and I look forward to playing it if you can work out what the deal is there. But unfortunately, I'm not really going to take the chance at that, I'm afraid. I'm sure that's probably not intentional. I'm not sure what's caused that. Or what kind of, I don't know what. I don't know, man. I don't know what DLLs maybe you've included. No, I started as an administrator as an attempt to get it to work. I already tried just running it normally. .3? Maybe. If you get it working and we do another one of these streams in the future, and you submitted it, just let me know that it's in the submissions and we'll see if we can skip to it. Alright, and I'll try and, like, hey, I'm Volpanic, I did a thing, I accidentally sent you a virus and it works now, you can play my game, and I'll see if we can do that in the future. Alright, that's unfortunate, it's a shame, I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's Game Maker's fault, maybe, again, I don't know. But, I don't know what's happened to your file. Maybe something has happened to your file that you don't know has happened. I'm just going to have to go ahead and trust Windows on this one, unfortunately. Might be 2.3. Might be something in there. I don't know. It seems unlikely, but I don't know. Look into it. It doesn't happen on your own computer. I assume you're using Windows 10. I don't know. Don't know, man. Try it on other machines. We'll see what we're gonna do. Sorry about that. That's unfortunate. It's probably not your fault. I'll keep yours in here for now, so I remember about it. Jump to Survive by Jack Carrot. Do we have any criticism for that other game? Just can we criticize it just from the itch page? Pixel sizes look on point. Level design looks nice in a way that it doesn't look like you've got a lot of wasted space. That's good. No idea what the controls are like, so we can't play it. That looks cool. I'm sad we can't play this yet, because this looks good. Always a little off-put by bars and things over the characters like that, but we'll see how that is when we get around to actually playing it. Oh yeah, this just looks quite good, honestly. I look forward to that. I'm sure we'll get it going at some point. Don't worry about it, Jack Carrot. We play everything here. We don't worry about everything being like perfect. Or like super polished or even good. We just, you know, we're here for it. We're here to play everyone's game. We're here for the people. Ooh, that's not gonna help. Let's untick that. There we go. Oh, AD or QD. Tutorial? You can do a wall jump. Okay, so if I don't play a lot of games, I might not know what a wall jump is, but I guess that's not your audience. This is first power up. If you have it, press Q to activate your power. Jump. Okay. Did you hear this music as well? Oh, let's turn it down a little. Menu. National competition. Destroy your enemies. To use it, press E. E isn't doing anything. I'm pressing E. E does nothing. When you move on, you will appear in the game room. Your hit points will start to drop. Hit point bars over your head, and you collect blue balls to get hit points. What do I have to do? Are we just surviving? Is this? Oh, is that my score? We're going up. We living. Aw, I lose. This gradient. Okay. This is cool. You start. You can go back to menu, press R. Remember, this game is harder than it's. I don't know, man. It seems pretty hard. Wait, that was the tutorial? What? What's this then? What's... When enemies, it's destroying enemies. Okay. But you said see for myself, but there was no enemies for me to see that I was destroying. What? What happened? I just lose. What did I do? This is a different level again? Is it like random? Okay. So you know what? I can't remember which game it was earlier that was doing the Flappy Cat, right? The Flappy Cat. So Flappy Cat earlier, what was cool about that when you lost, when you hit a thing, is it would like the screen would darken and it would freeze on that frame and show you yourself touching the thing, so that you know, oh, that's me, the player. That's me touching the thing that's bad for me. I lost the game. I understand. In this, it's so instant, like bam, like that. When you died, straight to the screen. I don't always see what even hit me, and I'm like, oh, I lost. What hit me? How can I improve for next time? Where did that come from? I don't know. You know. Also, my hit points are just dropping down. Yeah, so that might also hit 0, and I might not even notice. And that might, maybe that's what happened the other time, right? I know the things in the top left are like how many I have of those particular power-ups, right? The jump one and the one that can kill enemies that I'm still not sure what they are. God damn it! That screen was so instantaneous that I managed to restart a new game without even realizing that I died. I was pressing space to jump, and the you lose screen had already come up, and it started a new game. Just jumping to get the things gets me killed more often than not. How you make power-ups? I'm pretty sure I have a video on power-ups in Game Maker, maybe not for Studio 2, but for Game Maker, and it'll pretty much be the same. You make a thing, you make it so you touch that thing, and when you touch that thing gets destroyed, but also does something to your player, like give them some variable that they didn't have before, and then your player just needs to behave differently when that variable is different. And there you go, there's a power-ups tutorial, Sean Spalding 2020. Ah. If I have it and I click on it, the enemies will die. Gosh. Okay. Oh, you mean if I have it and I press E? Like it's like a smart bomb, right? Is that what you're trying to... Alright, I have 0 at the moment. At least it's coming up with a thing, like when I do that. Oh yeah, I saw it happen, but I think I ran out of health. It seems to be random, like the levels are random, right? But can I go to specific... Right, okay. We can go to the specific levels. If I get enough points, we go to these levels. Okay. Getting there, getting the idea. I think that got the thing that made me jump higher and I didn't even want it. Okay. Just gotta be a bit more careful. Okay. Okay. I've turned orange. Why have I turned orange? Is it because I've got points? Yeah. Ah! Oh, damn it. 2,000. We'll take it. So this is alright, you know? Like, this feels like a first thing that you're making. You know... So pro tip number 1, leave gradients alone. Right, gradient, no. You don't want to do gradients and big, bold, like, colored text like this. No, okay? Step away. You're 13 years old, that's fine. Good. And varying your fonts like this is unnecessary as well. Just keep it simple. You know, don't try and be like, wow, it needs color. And, like, throw all the color at it and so on. Just keep it really simple. Maybe take an aesthetic a bit like that other guy did that was just like a black and white platformer, you know? Use something like that just to start with until you get more of an eye for how things should be. But that'll come to you as you go along. There's not too much to criticize there, really. I think the biggest thing here that's holding this back is, as something I pointed out before, like that moment there where I get hit and I'm instantly on the screen. Obviously, you know, that's what most games look like this early on in someone's like career developing things, right? They're like, okay, you've been hit by the enemy, therefore you lose. Send player to the you lose screen, and that's obviously all that you do here, and that's fine. But it's one of the first things you're going to want to learn how to improve, because it makes it very, like, it blows my mind when I get hit by something and I'm just like, what? Oh, I lost? I'm just on this screen suddenly, okay? And I don't necessarily know if it's, oh, my hit points ran out, or did I hit one of these triangles, right? But I also want to compliment this. This is good. Like, you know, you've got some basic elements and you've turned it into a meaningful game in a way that, like, you know, you're not just created something that's like got a huge story and narrative and a, you know, like multiple levels and tried to like make complicated puzzles or anything like that. You just created like simple little arenas that you can jump around in, spawn stuff, and like things are trying to kill you, and it gets harder. I don't know, actually, did it get harder, or was it actually pretty much the same? I'm not sure, but we'll assume it gets harder. I don't know. And there's some power-ups that kind of help you out, and you just kind of got to constantly be moving from blue thing to blue thing. You've given yourself a reason to move around this space. So that's good. You know, you've got a game loop here, and it's actually really solid. So I think like something to look into is trying to make it so that you don't have this instantaneous jumpy jarring feeling when you die in the game, right? I was thinking maybe like, I don't know, death animation might be a bit complicated for where you're at right now, I'm not sure. But something that like freezes the game where it is and like highlights the fact that you just got hit in a specific space, or lets you know how you lost, alright? Maybe even if you come to the screen and because you're out of hit points, at the very, very minimum, say like you ran out of HP or something at the top here, right? That would already be an improvement. I mean, in general, you've made sure that you can actually reach these different things. The jump height is the jump is a bit like very committed and high up for this type of thing where you're kind of want to doing a lot of dodging, but it's not a big problem. I think you're doing fine. I think this is good. Again, it's not really clear how those worked. I think the best way would be to describe them as bombs, right? That would be probably the best word to use. I think that's the one that will make it clearest to most people what they're going to do. Maybe even make them physically resemble bombs, you know, right? Because that's what they are, right? You pick up the thing, you press E, and it bombs the whole screen and gets rid of all enemies that just happen to be there when you have it. And that's probably a good way to describe it and introduce it to people. The tutorial was a little weird because it like showed you kind of like going through a level almost, and it felt like but you go through a level and then you just come into the actual game is just like this arena based thing, and suddenly I'm like, oh, okay, and I have to kind of flip my understanding of the game, right? But it's good. You're off to a great start. Keep making things. I wouldn't even worry about making more of that or doing any of the things I just said. I'd probably just start a new game, you know, just keep making new things. Keep learning how to do more and more things, and see how you get on. I think you're doing a good job. Yeah, that as well. Having a little warning when the thing is about to come out of the wall, that's really great. That's a good thing to have done. Yeah, I thought that might be the case, which is why I suggested, you know, like bomb is probably a good word for that. Because otherwise, if I get a thing that's saying like, oh, this kills enemies, and I'm in this platformer in a level, or what feels like a progressing, like moving along the kind of level, I'm thinking that you're giving me a weapon of some kind, like I'm gonna shoot like a pew pew, like I'm gonna fire a gun, or I'm gonna like swing a sword or something like that, which isn't the case. I'm actually doing something that clears the whole screen of enemies, right, which is quite different. I can see why you used the words you did, but that's why I'm suggesting, you know, maybe a bomb would be a good idea there. But it's cool. Thank you for that. How many we got left? 2 more. Cool. Oh, 1 more, sorry, because we left thingy in there, didn't we? So this is the last one. Sea Turtle Safety Squad from Alex Barr. So, short description, save the turtles. Do you like saving turtles? Thanks for playing. Thanks you for submitting. It was good. The one-man Sea Turtle Safety Squad. Press enter or start. That's. I'm not going to press alt enter because that'll start the game. Let's just get this nice and big here. It's our final game of the day. Movement, up, down, left, right. Scare S, carry A. Or similar on a pad, okay? At least one turtle must survive, carry objects outlined in white. Thank you for the Patreon pledge, whoever that was. Carry white, I don't know if you're here or not, but if you are, thank you. What am I saving them from? Am I like corralling them? Is that... Where was A and S to... Alright. I'm guessing I have to... Okay, that's really tight. I can't seem to... Okay, I have to hold it down. I think? I can't consistently make that happen. Okay. Does scare like do like a... Am I like corralling them away from a thing? Not sure, it doesn't seem to be doing anything. I think I just tanked a crab. No! The crab killed the turtle. Carry was definitely A, okay. Carry objects outlined in white. The crab was outlined. Oh, whatever. Okay, easiest if I just hold the button and run into them, it seems. What does scare do? Is it for the seagulls, maybe? I assumed it was going to be like I'm... Nah, nah. Nah, come back with... Nah! Jimmy! No! Hang on, Jimmy! What? Oh, I end up in that. No! Go away! Go away! Go away! So it was a little harder first. Like, go away! Go away! When I was like, I didn't know, couldn't quite work out how to carry things because it turned out you had to hold the button down. So it's always a tricky little thing where you're just like, oh, just hold on the button. They'll work it out. You forget the nuances of your own thing when you're telling people how to play it sometimes. Go away! It's weird that I have to move while holding the scare button for it to like work. Or maybe I don't. Seems to just work regardless, but I have to move for it to play the animation at least. So close. Yet so far. You can make a little turtle. I keep thinking that's the thing that's going to kill it, but it's just like a read, right? No! 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 Okay. I was going to be furious if that, like, just spawned on him and killed him. Freedom! We saved a turtle! 1 of 4. Oh, it was good, thanks for that. I guess we're done. This works, you know, it works as a game idea, works as a little loop, things show up, you gotta move them out of the way. You've also got to scare things, you kind of spin some plates and see if you can make a few turtles survive. I don't know where it would go from here, if there's room for it to really grow from here or what it is, but it is what it is. It had a simple goal. Oh, there was 5 turtles to begin with, okay. It's presented pretty well. This font doesn't really go with the other general aesthetic of the game. Sort of like blurry around the edges and so on. You could have picked like a pixel font that would have probably worked. Weird that the animation on this only plays when you're moving. Feel like you probably wanted something to do when you hold S, unless you just have to, unless that was part of the intended mechanic. Oh, I think I just, if you carry a thing that can kill a turtle into a turtle, it still kills them. Probably not ideal. Probably because you've just got very simple code there of just having the object follow the thing when held, right? And it's still the object that can kill the turtle. So that would be an issue. Oh yeah, I should probably set games to play to be 0 now for what it's worth. But generally pretty good. I enjoyed it. I don't really have much else to say about it. It's pretty simple. Simple game, simple criticism. I enjoyed it. Thank you, Alex Barr. I would let players know somehow that they have to hold the button down. Maybe make the font better. Make it so when you're carrying things they don't accidentally kill turtles. That's a lot. Can I play your game super quick? Sure I can, next Friday, if you get it in super quick. Have I seen the coding app called Fuse on the Nintendo Switch? Have any thoughts on it? I have not. Making games is hard. Making games is very hard. So congratulations to everyone who sent me in a thing today, because you made a thing, and that in itself is very difficult. So congratulations on having achieved it. I feel like some of my criticism today was a bit maybe hard to follow. Sometimes words are hard and it's hard for me to express what I'm trying to say, but we do our best. A lot of really good stuff in today. So sometimes I just get things and I'm just like, wow, this is quite good. I don't really have much else to say. Because it's hard for me to say like, now what you should go ahead and do is this, that, and the other, because I don't know. I'm not you. I can't make those decisions for you. Especially with platformers and stuff, you know, I've played so many. I mean, I'm like, I don't know where you should go with this now. I will ever make a video of how to make a boss battle in a platformer. The issue with boss battles as a concept for a tutorial is that I can only show you how to make something that already exists, right? And a boss battle seems like a very specific thing that's going to be very specific to your game's mechanics, and whatever it is you're looking to test the player on. Because that's all a boss fundamentally is in a game, right? Is usually a test, or not always, but generally speaking, they're a test of the player's comprehension and mastery of your skills so far, and mastery of your game's required skills so far, right? So what on earth that boss is going to do, or is going to be, is dependent on whatever game you've made. Sure, I could include something in a platformer that I've made as part, like the platformer series I made, as like a boss that you have to shoot or whatever. But I don't want people to come away from that thinking this is how you make a boss, because there is no generic way to make a boss. A tutorial. I've considered that sometimes, being like, here's how I make videos, and then here's what I do with the editing and so on, but I don't know, it didn't seem like great of an idea. You know, I'm on the 10th episode and you don't get anything yet, huh? Well, I don't know, stick with it. Or, find other tutorials, I guess. I don't know. Some people gel differently with other people's content. Some people like Friendly Cosmonaut stuff, Heartbeast stuff. You know, we have a bit of overlap in some of those places. So if you don't really get along with one person's explanations of things, you can go and find someone else who does, and so on. Man, I wish my... Is that what it... that might be what's screwing it. Not having that light on. Yeah, that's way better. Look at the green screen, how it's not like all fuzzy in the back. I need that light on, because that's going to erase the stupid shadows that are being cast from the chair and the other stuff. Okay, note in future. Remind Sean to turn the overhead light on when his green screen starts fuzzing its way into his camera. Anyway. We are done with this. I'm going to keep Schism in here because we would like to hopefully play this maybe the next time around. It's a shame it caused a weird virus response from my computer. But hopefully he finds a way to get that sorted, and we can play that one next time. Let's go to webcam only view, and let's add in... I don't have to go right away, so we can do a question time. If people have any Game Maker questions, anything that isn't going to take me like 4 hours to answer, questions about making games, designing games, question about anything I saw today, you saw today, or how any of these questions. If anyone's got any questions, we can do a bit of that. Where's window capture? You can say hi to YouTube, since this is probably the only place where the chat's actually going to show up. Okay, let's make it a bit small. If I'm ending the live stream, please check out my question on the basic platform video. No. What's the meaning of life? Don't know. Up to you. Matthew Patel, what's my opinion on doing a Kickstarter for a game? My opinion... It's really hard to have a general opinion on doing a Kickstarter for a game, because obviously for some games that's a really good idea, and for other games it's not a good idea. No, I will say this. I don't think any game that I've played today, or on the previous stream for that matter, if any one of those games was to come out and say, we have a Kickstarter now, I'd be like, right? A Kickstarter is great if you have a very good and clearly communicated vision that you are very confident that you can deliver, and you have like the team and the resources pretty much already in place to do it, and you have a way of convincing people that those things are true, you know, that you have the way to deliver on those things. And you are smart enough to not do stretch goals. Best way to get a game design job: make lots of games. Make lots of games, have a portfolio full of games that you've made, submit it to things like this and get feedback, get other people to play them. Keep making them, make lots of little things, take the best ones you have and only the best ones and put together a portfolio of them, and use that to demonstrate to people hiring junior designers that you know things about game design. Is that the best way? I don't know. It's the approach I would have taken and have had success with. Would you ever work on a team, or am I solo or die? You can't question the massive advantages to working on a team that fundamentally allows you to do things that you simply cannot. I'm very used to working on my own on things. I'm working in a small team for PokePoke, and I'm working with others on various different things. It's tricky to get used to, but I don't really have like a strong preference to lean one way or the other. Do I accept online multiplayer games for review? I mean, I could, but like I have to be able to play it myself, you know. There's no one here. I mean, sometimes Emma is about, but like it's kind of rare I can really make a good judgment on that kind of thing unless I have people to play them with. Keyboard check press in a step of only check. Keyboard check pressed will return true if the key is down now and was not down in the previous step. Okay? So that's why it can be useful to make things only execute once, but it is still, yeah, it's still, so yes, in theory, like you're only going to execute anything after that once, right? For each time that you press the button, because if it's one again and it was one previously, then it's not gonna come back, right? Do I have a set number of playtesters who play my game over and over, or do I try and get a new batch each build? It kind of depends. Like I'm using a lot of the speedrunners and speedrun community with PokePoke to like play that, but you just kind of got to get it in front of whoever you can get hold of. It's always useful to be able to get new people to play it. I really like taking when I took PokePoke to NGF, Norwich Gaming Festival, just to see all kinds of people from all walks of life playing the game for the first time and seeing how they react to things, how they learn how to do things, what ideas I'm getting across well and what ideas I'm not getting across well, and so on. Am I close to finishing the ARPG course? We're over halfway. It's a little tricky to say how close we are. I think we're looking at something maybe like 35 episodes or something to finish, like total, you know, so about, I don't know, maybe 10 more. I have a dilemma about using a matrix projection for a 2D pixel game. It achieves a great parallax effect but won't be pixel perfect, great for a vector game, but should I steer away from that? It's kind of your call. Like, yeah, we have these rules and I keep going on about like, oh, make sure your pixels are the same size and so on, but that's mostly for the sake of people who don't that's a good rule of thumb when you don't already know what you're doing, basically. Any rule like that can be disclaimed with, unless you know what you're doing, right? So if you think that aesthetic is going to work, then go for it. What makes a game fun? Huge explosions. Opinion on turn-based unit game made in Game Maker? Yes. My husband is 58 and a gamer since the 70s. He constantly talks about making his own simple games, but he says he's too old and dumb. How do I persuade him to try it? I mean, if he really wants to, he'll get off his butt and do it himself, right? That's a tricky one because there's all sorts of things that could be going on there. Like, saying too old and too dumb might just be short for I can't really be bothered. But it also, if that's if you genuinely just worry that it's impossible to learn how to code now, I don't think that's true at all. I think if an idiot like me can learn how to code games in GameMaker, anyone can. The one of the main reasons I started doing tutorial videos on it is because I thought it was a very hidden weapon at the time, and there weren't many good video tutorials out there for a tool like GameMaker. But yeah, coding is unforgiving in lots of ways. Even in GameMaker, it's unforgiving, but it's about the most forgiving place you can get. And if you stick to it, you'll learn how to make stuff, especially if you only want to make simple things. Like, it's a great tool. And if you really want to do that stuff, you can pick that up at any age, really. How to persuade him? I don't know. That's on you. You've known him for presumably a lot longer than me. Camera's out of sync. Well, deal with it. Hooray! Is that gravity making? Yeah, I mean, like, Poke is like mostly me doing all like the level design on the code and stuff like that. That said, like, my artist and sound they get more and more involved over time, and sometimes they're taking on some of the coding and stuff as well. So it's an evolving thing. I haven't really followed the thing about the text box. I'm sorry, Mage Pin. I'm just doing quick, simple questions. Oh, I kind of see what you mean, but there will be a way to do that, but you'll have to restructure it, and that's something you're going to have to think about how to do yourself. If you fully understand how everything in that tutorial works, and you really have internalized it, you probably have the mental toolkit to be able to work out how to do that yourself. So what I will say is gambate, stick with it, you'll probably work it out. What are common game designs I hate, like lives? I don't hate lives. I think they're just generally a bit outdated. And often, if I'm seeing most of the games that I'm going to get in from you guys will have lives, just have them in because they're a game trope, and it just feels correct to have lives in games because that's a thing games have, right? If they're put in thoughtfully and for a reason, you know, that could be the defining quality of the game. You could have a game. I think there are games that are like called things like 1,000 lives, and the whole idea of the game is you have 1,000 lives to play the game, and like no other like continue, and once that's out, it's like that's the end. Like that could be a whole game idea that could be cool, you know. There's not a lot of trope. I don't know. There's some tropes I hate in modern, like, more AAA game designs, like, the kind of things everybody, well, a lot of people don't like, which is things like, you know, forced walking sections and things like that, where, like, sometimes they're necessary in order to, like, load in new elements of game and things like that, but most of the time are just not necessary. Is it hard implementing multiplayer? Is it more easy via LAN than via internet? I don't really know too much about that kind of thing. I'm not really the best person to ask, but it's generally pretty hard if you don't know anything about it. But I don't know. I don't really know enough to talk confidently about LAN and internet coding. Would I go back to Ubisoft? What did I do there? Almost definitely not, although I do occasionally miss like the larger studio environment. Working with a big team can be very rewarding, very satisfying. In a way, working on your own projects or very small projects maybe are not. But I reckon, like, I don't know, the more I do on PokePoke, the more I get some of those kind of old studio work feelings, and yeah, I unless it was like a project I really cared a lot about, don't see myself going back to AAA game design. What did I do there? I was a designer. I did a whole smorgasbord of different things.
some level and environment design, some like mini game design, quite a lot of mini game design. That tended to be where I ended up in a lot of things. And a little bit of like systems design and stuff like that as well. A lot of direct working with, like hands-on working with tools and things as well. That seems to be it. That's all the questions we got, so that'll do. Thanks guys for oh gosh, what's this doing here? Someone fire my stream producer because he doesn't know what he's doing. Anyway, thanks guys. Hopefully maybe I'll have worked out OBS a bit more and the streams will get a bit smoother when I want to do things in the future. What's on my t-shirt? It's Cloud from FF7, and also, I don't know, this like lion thing. I think this says like Cloud Strife or something, but I will openly admit it just kind of looks exotic and cool. Oops, I'm a white guy. Anyway, but yeah, it's a cloud and it's just really cool art. That's what's on my t-shirt. Thanks. So yeah, thanks guys. Thanks for stopping by. Episode 24 will be up hopefully today. Something screwed up with the encode. Oh no, I think it worked actually. I think it's finished. That's cool. I'm gonna get that up shortly after the stream finishes. Well, first thing I'm gonna do is get some food. Then later tonight, Action RPG episode 24 will be live on the YouTubes, and you can watch that and learn how to make a slime enemy. That's what we're doing in this episode. We're making a little slime enemy and having him move around. He kind of wanders around and they're in a spot. You won't be able to hit him or damage him or do really much with him at all, but he'll exist. There will be a slime and you can do stuff. So look forward to that. I've said thanks guys about 1 million times, but thanks guys, thanks for watching. If you want to support the stuff I do, Patreon, you know, do the things, call to action here, like, subscribe, whatever. I never know which of these buttons to press first. I've done it differently every time, whether I click end stream or whether I end it on OBS first. I'm going to click end stream on the YouTube window this time and see if that goes any better. I don't know. I'll leave it a few... I'm going to wave. I'm just going to wave like this for a few seconds and then click the end stream button so that hopefully the delay catches up and we just end in that. Can I do an in-depth AI episode, please? Almost certainly not. Thanks, guys, for watching. See you all next time.